JFK assassination. The moment you walked back in this office, this desk, this room, your carpet, how'd you feel?
Well, it was a lot of work.
Do you believe that moment, people say to me, they see a change in you? Do you believe you've changed? Is this, for example, increased your faith in God?
Yes.
All these people, the Biden family members, Joe Biden ran and said he would never do preemptive pardons. It was an issue that came up when you were leaving in your first time.
He thought, he heard that I was going to do it. I didn't want to do it. I was given the option.
And welcome to Hannity, and buckle up for a very special show. After 4 long years, President Donald Trump is back where he belongs. He is in the Oval Office. Earlier, the president, he did welcome us into the White House for an exclusive first interview in front of the Resolute desk. Mr. President.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk about the moment you walked back in this office, this desk, this room, your carpet. How'd you feel?
Well, it was a lot of work. And as you know, I felt that we shouldn't have had to necessarily be here. Could have been done, a lot of work. Could have been, it would have been over. We wouldn't have inflation. We wouldn't have had the Afghanistan disaster. We wouldn't have October 7th with Israel, where so many people were killed. And you wouldn't have a Ukraine war going on. But with all that being said, I think it's bigger. It's bigger than if it were more traditional.
Only the second time in history.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't have consecutive terms.
Yeah. Well, they say it's historically bigger. I don't know about that. But I can say it showed us a couple of things. It showed us that the radical left, their philosophies and policies are horrible. They don't work. You look at crime, you look at what's gone on at the border, you look at what's going to happen, the crime that's going to happen. But I think we got there just in the nick of time. But we still have you covered better than anybody. We have terrorists in our country by the thousands. We have murderers in our country by the tens of thousands. We have numbers that came out, 11,000 people that murdered are now free and walking around in our country. And of them, I think 48%, they say, killed more than one person, and they're walking around. They came out of jails from other countries. And, you know, people, they've emptied their jails. I would, if I were the president or prime minister or something of another country, I'd empty my jails right into America, into the United States. Why not? And many of them did it. If you look at Venezuela, their crime rate is down now 78% because they took their street gangs and they moved them into the United States. And you're seeing that in Colorado and Los Angeles and other places. And we're going to take care of it.
So did Biden really say to you when you came up to the front of the White House, welcome home?
No, did somebody say that?
I read it somewhere.
I don't know. Maybe he did. I really don't know.
So you left him a letter. It was funny with Peter Doocy, and Peter said, oh, Mr. President, did Joe Biden leave you a letter? He did leave you a letter.
He did.
And you had left him one, but you've never disclosed either one of them.
Well, a lot of people
now would be a great time.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of people thought it was sort of like a setup with Peter Doocy and myself, and I have a lot of respect for Peter. But he just asked me a question about the letter. And then I remember that, you know, it's like a custom. You leave it right in the drawer of that beautiful desk right alongside of us. And so I opened it up, and I actually gave the letter to Peter.
And did he got to read it?
I guess. I haven't.
You don't know if he read it?
Yeah, I just sent it to him a little while ago.
All right. Before we get into, there's so much substance. You are inheriting a lot of problems, a lot of things that actually scare me. And I want to get to all of that, but I will get to all of that.
All solvable problems.
I agree.
They're all solvable.
Not easy.
With time, effort, money, unfortunately, but they're all solvable problems. We can get our country back. But if we didn't win this race, I really believe our country would have been lost forever.
Were there moments, I mean, when you think of what they threw at you, and I know you signed this declaration about no more weaponization, and we know that the preemptive pardons came up on Joe's way out, but you were facing a civil trial, a criminal trial, conviction, sentencing, Jack Smith, D.C., Florida, Fonnie Willis. I mean, you fought through all of that to get back right here in this office. What people don't know is over there's a little red button you push. You scare people. People think it's the nuclear button, but it's really,
something else.
It's you use it for a different purpose. But the question I have was, at any point, did you doubt you would be back here?
So it's a great question. It's something I don't think about. I never really thought about it. I don't think about, gee, will I be back? I just do it. I get it done. I get things done. I'm good at getting things done, and I set my mind to it. As you know, we had a great election in 2016. I had a much better election in 2020. And if I didn't have that election, I wouldn't have run. If I thought that I didn't get the number of votes, and it was reported that I got almost 75 million votes, and that was their numbers. That wasn't the numbers. That was their numbers. That was more than anybody has gotten in history, any sitting president had ever gotten. And you lost. Had I gotten like 50 million, 40 million, or 60 million, I would never have run. But that was like a poll. So, but I had a different attitude. Too big to rig.
Poll came out just in the last 24 hours by insider advantage. That's Matt Towery. He nailed 2016, 2020, and 2024. Great pollster, as you know.
Right.
And he gave you a 56% approval rating. He also said of Congress, and I had a town hall with members of Congress last night, that 70% of respondents want Congress to unite behind your agenda.
I watched that show. It was a great show, and you had some great people in the background.
Yeah.
I know every one of them, and they're really patriots. I just saw the love, as the speaker, who is doing a terrific job. The speaker is answering questions, and I saw the acknowledgement and the love they had. And those are tough people behind him. These are not easy people.
There are others that are tougher.
I said, well, I don't know. This is a tough group if they want to be. They're not, nobody much tougher. But they're very unified. I think they're going to do a great job.
But they have a small majority. You went through over 200 since we've got here. And we have breaking news today that we'll get to in a minute. And especially as it relates to the border and some other issues. But you're going to need to do some of these things legislatively. You will probably play the largest role in uniting them both in the House and Senate. Reconciliation, the Senate has very strict, rules governing how they can do it. Do you, one big beautiful bill, two bills, do you care at this point?
I don't care as long as we get to the final answer. I like the concept of the one bill. I guess I said one big beautiful, and that's what everyone faces. Actually, it's sort of a nice sound to it. But I do like that concept. It could be something else. It could be a smaller bill and a big bill. Right. But as long as we get to the right answer. Now, I will say that Los Angeles has changed everything because a lot of money is going to be necessary for Los Angeles. And a lot of people on the other side want that to happen. And
North Carolina, too.
Fast. Well, they don't care about North Carolina. The Democrats don't care about North Carolina. What they've done with FEMA is so bad. FEMA is a whole nother discussion because all it does is complicate everything. FEMA has not done their job for the last 4 years. I had FEMA working really well. We had hurricanes in Florida. We had Alabama tornadoes. But unless you have certain types of leadership, it gets in the way. And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because I'd rather see the states take care of their own problems. If they have a tornado someplace, and let that state. Oklahoma is very competent. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 districts. And that's never been done before. I did it 3 times. I mean, think of it, 3 times. Never been done. Ronald Reagan had the record, 56 out of 77. I got 77 out of 77. So you have to love a place like that. I love Oklahoma. But you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need. And then the federal government can help them out with the money. The FEMA is getting in the way of everything. And the Democrats actually use FEMA not to help North Carolina.
It makes no sense.
So I'm stopping on Friday. I'm stopping in North Carolina, first stop, because those people were treated very badly by Democrats. And I'm stopping there. We're going to get that thing straightened out because they're still suffering from hurricane
Helene.
from months ago. And then I'm going to go to California.
Will you meet with Gavin?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. Look, Gavin's got one thing he can do. He can release the water that comes from the north. There is massive amounts of water, rainwater and mountain water that comes due with the snow, comes down as it melts. There's so much water, they're releasing it into the Pacific Ocean. And I told him, it's a political thing for the Democrats. I don't
played
know.
the tape. You said it to him in front of him in 2018.
I said it to him in front of the media and everything else, and nobody talks about it. The media never picks it up. You put it out. I was so happy to see that tape because some people said, is that possible? They have water coming down from the Pacific Northwest, which is a lot of water. So much water that they'd have to let some of it go at some point. They don't need reservoirs. They don't need any. They're spending all this money on these reservoirs, and they're fake reservoirs. You know,
But the
concrete.
reservoirs were empty. The hydrants didn't work, and they're not practicing the science of forestry, which
The
is
sprinklers didn't work in the homes because they had no water. Think of it. We have sprinklers. Think of it with no water. They didn't have any water.
I
The
didn't know you
fire
had
hydrants,
sprinklers
yeah,
in
believe it, hard to believe. The place has sprinklers. It's nice. But you don't want to lose this office. By the way, how do you like it?
It's well, I'm glad. It's great to be back. I'm not going to lie.
You know, I've had the biggest people in the world come here.
Yeah.
And they come into the Oval Office, and they just look, and they want time to look. They're looking around. George
amazing.
Washington, Abel, Honest Abe.
One day maybe we can do a tour. We had a conversation, and
And they come into the Oval Office, and they just look, and they want time to look. They're looking around. George
amazing.
Washington, Abel, Honest Abe.
one day maybe we can do a tour. We had a conversation, and we've known each other for 30 years, so we have a friendship and we have a professional relationship. And the question you asked me, maybe in the end it will be better that if I came back in 4 years. And we talked about history. After World War II, Winston Churchill was thrown out, but they brought him back. Grover Cleveland is the only other American president that did not serve consecutive terms. And my answer to you was, I thought it would be bigger if you came back.
It's turning out to be bigger. And I think one thing is happening is people are learning that they can't govern and that their policies are terrible. I mean, they don't want to see a woman get pummeled by a man in a boxing ring.
No.
They don't want to see men in women's sports and otherwise. They don't want to see them, and they don't want to have transgender for everyone. They don't want a child leave home as a boy and come back 2 days later as a girl. A parent doesn't want to see that. And there are states where that can happen.
Oh.
They don't want to see taxes go through the roof. Like, this is the only group of people that want to raise your they say we want to raise your taxes. You know, if they don't work with us on the Trump tax cuts extending, that would mean we go back to the taxes. We got the largest tax cut in history. That would mean the taxes would go up more than any tax hike in the history of our country. And normally you'd say that's got to be the easiest negotiation in history, because if they did that, how could they ever win an election? But they'll fight us on that. They fight us on things. It's incredible.
Here, I ran into...
They don't use common sense. In my opinion, the Democrats don't use common sense.
And common sense won the day in the election.
Yeah, but you know the amazing thing? I'm watching now. Now it's time, and, you know, a few months have passed, and the election's over, and you see what happened, and it was a rout. I won all 7 swing states, and we won by millions of votes, the popular vote, millions. And nobody can even believe some of the numbers. And how about with African Americans, with Hispanics, with everything, how well we did? Nobody can believe the numbers. How about with youth? I won youth by 36 points. Now, maybe that's because I went on TikTok. I don't know. But I'm starting to have a very warm spot.
TikTok is going to be sold, right?
I think TikTok's going to maybe stay around.
People like Senator...
people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But, but you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China, for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that, you know?
Let me get to some
issues. The interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make you telephones, and they make you computers, and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
I'm sure that'll be part of your discussions with President Xi, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. Let me go to the border. We do have breaking news today. I ran into Tom Homan as I was walking in today. Right. And so far, 308 total arrests, 296 detainees, and the first deployment of military assets to the U.S. border. The deployment includes active duty troops in the National Guard.
Right.
And here's my biggest fear and concern beyond the Iranian assassination squads is we now know 14 million. We don't know how many gotaways. We don't know the total number. But we have known terrorists in our country. Mm-hmm. We have known murderers, rapists. We have violent criminals, cartel members, gang members. Now, I would imagine if you came from Iran and Syria and Egypt and Afghanistan and Russia and China and Venezuela, you didn't come here because you want a better life for your children. I would imagine those known terrorists are planning an attack on our homeland. At a moment's notice, you're going to be in this desk, maybe sitting at this desk or maybe up in the residence, and they're going to call you down in the Situation Room because our homeland is under attack. I would like to be wrong. But when you have known terrorists, you have to believe that they are going to attack our homeland. Mm-hmm. That would change their trajectory, that moment of your entire presidency. That has to weigh on you.
Yeah, it could be. And I know I've watched you for a lot of years, and you actually make one statement before you say that. You say 100% certain.
I do.
That's a pretty big statement.
And then I say, I pray to God I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong too. And I won't comment, but I tend to agree with you. It depends. We'll see what happens. Look, we have a lot of great people right now, a lot of great people on this situation. This was a gross miscarriage of common sense to allow people to come in. And I believe the number is 21 million people, and a large percentage of them are criminals all over the world. This is not just South America. This isn't, you know, we talk Venezuela, that's a big abuser, but these are countries from, these
Iran,
are the
Syria?
Congo, countries that you don't even think of. The Congo has emptied their prisons out into the United States. We're not thinking about the Congo, we're thinking about South America. It's much more than South America. But prisons from all over the world have been emptied out into our country by Biden, allowing it to happen. I don't even know if he knew what the hell was going on, but who would want this? I always say to people, you know, you always like to understand, like in a business here, you want to understand the other side. Why do they want something, you know, et cetera, and you figure it out. And there's usually an answer, almost always. I don't understand, why does somebody want open borders where, and they say the vote, okay, but I did well with the Hispanic vote, if you're looking at Hispanic. They say they do it because they want to think they're going to stay in power. It's going to be better for Democrats. I don't really believe that. Besides that, they cheat so much, they don't have to do that. They cheat so well. They're very good at cheating. The only thing they're good at really is cheating. But here's the thing I ask. Why would somebody say that open borders are good, where jails and mental institutions from other countries and gang members right off the streets of the toughest cities in the world are being brought to the United States of America and emptied out into our country? Why would anybody that even likes, you don't have to love our country, you have to like it. Why would anybody that likes our country, the Democrats, allow that to happen? And even now, I watch them on television, they're trying to justify it. You can't justify it. The only reason it can be is two reasons. You're stupid, and I don't think they're stupid. I think anybody that cheats that much and that well is not stupid. You're either stupid or you hate the country. Those are the only two reasons. Sean, who would ask for open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble. There are people coming in.
There are people with gang tattoos on.
There are people coming in with tattoos all over their face. Their entire face is covered with tattoos.
That identifies
Typically,
gang.
you know he's not going to be the head of the local bank.
Well, good morning. Let me shut this off. Sorry about that. Getting used to the morning show. Welcome to another episode of Investigate Everything. My name is Brian O'Shea, and I am your host. So for those of you joining us for the first time, thank you very much. And for the people that know me, welcome back. Okay, so what I really liked about everything that's happening is, whether you like him or hate him, Donald Trump is delivering on literally everything he promised. Now, maybe the Democrats and his enemies should have really thought about it when they said, oh, he always lies, he never keeps his promises. Well, you got what you wished for, and I think it's all good. Okay, so we're going to go over a few subjects today. Lots happened. That's why I decided to do a long stream today. Hopefully, we're going to have my former host, JJ Carroll, joining us in the 11 hour. Just reached out to him this morning, and we're going to talk about some of these border things that are going on, some rumors that may or may not be true. And we may get joined by another friend of mine. And again, I just sent these notices out like minutes ago. So the way I work is I send these guys a notice and I say, if you can make it, you can make it. If you can't, you can't. And that's it. So Brandon's going to talk to us about Ukraine. Now, Ukraine's really interesting. I'm not going to bombard you with another video quite yet, but I am going to put on the Davos speech that Zelensky gave yesterday. So if you didn't see it, he's basically asking for the same thing a different way. He's basically saying, oh, we need a peacekeeping force. You know, now we need a peacekeeping force, 200,000 troops. And I tell you what, for a guy who studied acting, Zelensky really maybe should have taken a course in diplomacy, because you kind of got to give something back that's a little more tangible than this boogeyman / fantasy of Ukraine being the last barrier against a global Russian invasion against democracy. I mean, it's getting ridiculous now. It's kind of stupid. Everyone's broke. Everyone that got suckered, us ourselves included, into that debacle, they're kind of like, well, I think we've given you enough, dude. You know, you're kind of on your own. And I think it also shows the Trump effect on the world. I mean, overnight, you've seen, like, you know, Poland's kind of turned their back on this and everything. And look, that's not for you Ukraine war supporters. First of all, yeah, I'd say read a book. But if you are buying the line, I'll say this: before you get mad at those countries, they've done what they can. Okay, they've done what they can, and not as much as us, but they've done what they can. The money's been squandered, as I'm going to show you here, and it's a meat grinder. And now they want to add our ground beef to that meat grinder. So We'll talk about that in a second. Let me see, what other subjects are we talking about? Oh, we are going to talk about some of these executive orders that have gone through, why they went through, a couple things happening on social media. Of course, there's a new wildfire in San Diego. Changes to the White House website were quite dramatic and instantaneous. And we will also talk about, Ukraine. I'm just going through my tabs here. And something that happened recently over there. There's a really interesting Antifa trial that's going on right now in Dallas. I think everyone should pay attention to it. We'll talk about that. And we're going to talk about some of the people in Virginia, especially, that are trying to very publicly help illegal immigrants or illegal aliens, whatever you want to call them, kind of break the law. And you'll see when I show you what I've pulled up, I think these lawyers down there in Virginia could get these people killed. Some of the advice they're giving, it's crazy. And then, going to compare some of the pardons. I know you've all done it, but there is a really great ex-person out there, hat tip to at relevant MENA, Mina, put together this really nice thread comparing some pretty dramatic pardons over the years that I didn't even know about. So I want to share that with you. Talking about Axios and how they covered the pardons. They're really bent out of shape about these J6 pardons. And then they have the Capitol Police guy, losing it. I'm just totally losing it on CNN, on several shows. And, when you hear what this guy says, I mean, look, I wasn't there. I'm not going to make judgments. I can say he's got a lot of contradictions in his story, this particular officer. And he's not acting like a victim. He's acting like an aggressor who got caught. That's Brian O'Shea's opinion, no one else's. We'll talk about that. And we're talking about Michael Fanone, or Fanone. All right, and then we will also be having a little fun here. There's some fun stuff about that TikTok influencer, Harry Sasson. I'm a little tired this morning because I actually got into TikTok. I have a standalone computer, of course, that has nothing on it. So I did set up an account with an email that I just made, but because I saw this Sisson guy live, man, like, he is lucky he's behind a computer. This kid's going to get his ass kicked. Like, the way he talks to people, like, I've heard his little shorts, but I've never seen him interact. He runs this live thing. I don't recommend it. We'll talk about his debate style, but it's a very formulated debate style, if you can even call it debate. Why is that important? That's important because we have to ask the question, why is this guy still out there? Why is he still clearly on script for the Democrats? Evidently the Obama camp had him on payroll. That's clear. He's had access to Biden, Obama, anyone he wants. Apparently his dad's some rich Connecticut hedge fund guy or something like that. I'm not sure. But, what really struck me is like, okay, this kid is spending 3 hours every night doing this post-election, post-inauguration. So it tells you two things. One's good, one's bad. One, obviously the Democrats are going to continually, their script now is to seed doubt. They seed doubt. The way they seed doubt is just bombarding you with a bunch of things that seem like facts, and then they they shut off your mic. I mean, that's basically what this kid does. And so it was really sad to listen to. Look, I mean, it sounds like some guys about my age, I'm 50, had called in, some MAGA supporters like me. If you are having a bourbon and it's midnight, I don't recommend that. But if you are, you're sitting on the couch and you're watching whatever you watch, and you see Harry Sisson on your computer, and you've got a little buzz, or you're about 3 drinks, and don't call in. Don't call in. I mean, he's annoying. I wouldn't say he's smart, but he's sharp. He's sharp socially. Like, he can pick up on what you say and spin it around, twist it up, and you don't even know where you are by the end of it. So I wouldn't say he's smart, but I'd say he's well trained. But he is he's very keen to listen to his opposition. I got to give him that. And then he just bombards you with sound bites that he had to memorize, I'm sure. Weirdly, he's 24. He doesn't look like he's hit puberty yet, but hey, that's his business, I guess. Puberty blockers are a terrible thing, apparently. Harry's realizing that. Oh, and then there was a Denver mayor flip on immigration, which was really hilarious, I thought. And we will talk about Zelensky. But before we get there, I want to talk about one of our sponsors. And the reason I want to talk about Native Path, who is one of our sponsors, is because I am thirsty and I literally need to mix myself a Native Path Native Hydrate. So let me just pop this on, and while our sponsor is talking, I love this stuff, I will get out my shake because I'm so thirsty. Okay, give me just a second. All right, and have patience with me. I'm normally a night guy, so these morning things are due to me, but I'll do my best. Okay, here we go. So he's going to talk about Native Path, Native Hydrate. This is your collagen. This is one of our sponsors. I really like these guys. You can see behind him, he has the products. I have one of those right here. And because I was hanging out with on the couch last night, and that's where I ended up falling asleep. I didn't get the best night of sleep, but I got a decent night of sleep. I'll tell you why from another sponsor, but he's going to talk about some of the products here, but let me let him talk while I mix one of these up.
Physically isolated from one another. While modern life is safer, more comfortable, and more controllable than the natural environments inhabited by our ancestors, it's also contributed to the deterioration of our health. This is why we created Native Path. We designed Native Path products to restore essential nutrients missing from the modern diet, helping bring your nutrition into alignment with your biology. Our values are encapsulated in a few basic principles we call the path. Nutrition. We believe in eating real, nutrient-dense whole foods as close to nature as possible. Where modern foods fall short, we supplement them with Native Path products. Nature. We believe in spending time outside every day, connecting with nature and getting sunshine. Movement. It's important to find a consistent movement practice that you like and do it. You want to be sure to do movements that help align your body and maintain strength. Connection. It's super important to spend time with people and build meaningful relationships for personal well-being. Whenever possible, it's best to be with people in real physical environments. And then there's gratitude. We believe in practicing gratitude daily. It's good to be intentional about expressing appreciation to the people in your life. This helps create a sense of purpose and belonging within your community. This is what being on the path is all about. At Native Path, we're driven to improve the lives of people everywhere by providing highly effective supplements that solve common health problems and support optimal health. We find purpose in helping people restore their natural well-being and live more fully in connection with one another. Because at Native Path, we're more than a health and wellness brand, we're a community.
I love that video. I just found that last night. No one told me I had to play it, but I really do like it a lot. I want to say too, because it's the first time I've watched that video and really focused on it. Normally I'm doing a million different things, but he really everything he talks about community and getting back to nature and connecting and being positive, being gracious. I mean, those things are all like what I like to think of the people that voted for Donald Trump want. And those also seem to be the things that, the deep state or whatever you want to call it, the left, the Marxists, those are all the things they try to kill. It's community. They tried to tell us that, being outside was bad and vitamin C ain't going to help you, and zinc, that's a conspiracy theory, that sort of thing. And so, I would say when I was watching that, I was like, wow, that's literally all of the things that the bad guys, the enemies of humanity, were trying to take from us. I mean, I just want that to sink in. I mean, I'll put this on the whatchamacallit, the description. But That is one of our sponsors. Let me throw up the banner really quickly because you do get a discount if you use our discount code. And right now we're doing a contest, like everyone's doing this contest at Daily Clout. And Emerald Robinson, who's one of our guest contributors on the Emerald and Naomi show, she's been hammering that Native Hydrate and Native Path collagen. And so between her and Naomi, they're always talking about how incredible their hair looks, which it does. So it's fun to watch them. But they're right. I mean, the collagen is one of my favorite products, and everyone needs collagen. Men and women, if you're my age or around my age or older, all those aches and pains you get that you didn't have before 45, they kind of go away when you start supplementing with collagen and having a proper lifestyle and everything. But I have noticed a definite change in my amount of aches and pains. I got a lot of aches and pains. I'm a disabled veteran, but this certainly helps. So really quickly, I want to show you this. So what I did here, and I do this every morning, is because I don't trust plastic, get that mic set up, is this is a repurposed bourbon bottle, but that has nothing to do with this. And so I've got some distilled water, some mineral water. And then this is the Native Hydrate Mixed Berry. Now, what this has is it's got all your amino acids. It says support for hydration, recovery, muscle health. This is great because if you've ever done one of those mornings where you just didn't have a good night of sleep, you're always thirsty. And so benefits include hydration, muscle function, energy production, post-workout recovery. It has 29 vitamins and minerals, amino acids, all the essential amino acids, and BCAAs into one convenient scoop for hydration, energy, and muscle health. Okay, so what I like too is like this stuff dissolves super quickly, and it's really good. It's better than Gatorade, and I really need it right now because my voice is getting really dry. So what I do is just kind of hopefully get that all in the bottle. As you can see, it starts doing its own thing, but I speed along with a little shake. There we go. Sorry. Gonna do that off camera. That does not look right. So here we go. Okay. And that's it. So you see it pretty much like, and then that gets pretty clear too. This won't make it 10 minutes. So if you'll excuse me, I'm just gonna take a gulp of this because my throat is super dry. It's delicious. Okay, great. Back to the show. So yes, go to nativehydrate.com/dailyclout and use the code dailyclout at checkout and get your discount. Okay, back to the show. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Okay, so our next thing here on the list. Okay, so yeah, really quickly, I do have a update on the Luigi Mangione case, kind of. But this popped up on the feed last night. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So, and this is dangerous. Now, remember, if you don't know, Luigi Mangione is the man accused of shooting the late UHC, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson while he was reportedly on his way to an investors meeting on December 4th at 6:44 in the morning. I've been covering this case ad nauseum, but I've been covering it from the perspective of how I used to cover cases for defense teams, legal defense teams. But one of the things that came out in that story was this whole campaign that seemed very manufactured to me about this is okay to kill this guy because healthcare sucks, and it's always seemed very manufactured to me. Don't get me wrong. I don't like what I pay for healthcare either. I don't even like the way it seems like my VA healthcare has been gutted. It's horrible. It definitely needs to be reformed. But here's the thing is healthcare companies pretty much, I'm not calling them the victim, have had to consolidate under Obamacare or they get wiped out. Now, what's really interesting about everyone going after United Healthcare, and they're usually going after United Healthcare in the name of a call for socialized medicine. You do not want socialized medicine, but you don't want monopolies either. So in my opinion, I think something needs to be done to maybe make that field more competitive. I think would be a good thing to do. But what ended up happening was, what's really funny about that is everyone's like anti-United Healthcare. Most of them are, on the left, a lot on the right too. But, and what's interesting is that those same people, and I've seen some of them like peoplesaction.org, they seem to be at the forefront of getting this campaign starting with this, bad United Healthcare, and you could go to peoplesaction.org and see exactly what I'm talking about. They also seem to have manufactured this hero worship of Mangione. I mean, granted, he's a good-looking dude. I've got kids in that age group, and they're like, yeah, he's good-looking. But this thing, it kicked off so quickly, the lookalike contest in Washington Square Park. I mean, and I looked, and it definitely had all the flavor of a socialist type of group that happens to be peoplesaction.org. So I'm saying that allegedly so they don't sue me for slander, but I am saying check it out. It seems very manufactured. Now, what's interesting about that, back to the Obamacare thing. So most of these people would support Obamacare, would support, which is on the path to socialized medicine. But here's something really, really interesting, is that back in the day, United Healthcare got sued, got investigated by the U.S. Senate for basically denying too many claims or fraudulent numbers. Those numbers were provided by a company, and I don't have the tweet up, but I will get it up while I'm talking. Were provided by a company to United Health. So the numbers are provided, and they basically, these third-party companies provide these numbers, like, I don't know, like equations or something, but that allow the healthcare companies to decide which claims to honor and which not to honor. So that company got investigated by the Senate. And the company, the CEO at the time was a guy named Andy Slavitt. He's all over social media. Now, Andy Slavitt, at the same time that he was running the company that provided the numbers for denial of claims to United Healthcare, he was also the CEO of United Healthcare. Now, how's this tie into me saying things about socialist medicine and the people that supported Biden and Obama? Well, this is where it gets interesting. Andy Slavitt got investigated. I don't know the details of what happened after that, but he gets this new job when Biden got elected. And that new job was being in charge of setting up Obamacare. So the ex-CEO of United Healthcare came in under Obama, they assigned Joe Biden to him to set up Obamacare. You kind of see the problems we got here, and it gets better. How'd I find out about Andy Slavitt? Well, when COVID started, Joe Biden, when he became, through hook or crook, president, he assigned a COVID czar. And yes, you probably already know who that COVID czar is. Andy Slavitt. I mean, guys, I can't make this stuff up. Let me see if I got that tweet, because I reported on this a while ago. All right. There we go. Sorry. Okay. So Andy Slavitt, who used to be in charge of United Healthcare, was put in charge of not only Obamacare, but was put in charge of, he was the COVID czar. Here we go. All right, let me share my screen. You guys are gonna love this. All right, and I just want to say, like, so many of the people that are, in my opinion, just bad. They were running these companies at the left. A lot of people on the left, a lot of people are protesting. All right, so here we go. You guys are gonna love this. Yeah. City funding then. So anyways, the point is that the news that came out is they were talking about deny, defend, oppose, whatever that thing was. And that came out. I'm going to show you that news report in a second. Okay, so here we go. Oops. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Apologize. All right, well, let me... got this new monitor here. Getting used to it. By the way, I self-produce. Not making an excuse, but, you know, just so you guys know, I self-produce. All right. Here we go. Okay. All right, so you could go back to, let me share this now. Okay, I'm going to share this with you. Okay, great, here we go. Okay. Okay, so you could go back to not this guy. Okay. So we get up here, we are in July 2025. And as you can tell, I was angry and stuck in the woods for most of the pandemic. You know, I had one client, thank God they paid well, and they liked the research I was doing. So, but let me get up here. Okay. So we get, okay, so you get to the, first, the COVID collaborative is something I found, and you can see like who's on it. Okay, so there's really no line between these healthcare companies and the government. There's Andy Slavitt. Okay, so sorry, I'm laughing at myself. All right, there we go. Okay, here's a giant list to start with. It includes Andy Slavitt and Tom Frieden, former CDC director who was charged with sexual assault. Even Barbara Bush. Everyone's on this COVID collaborative. I think it's debunked now. Okay, here's what I'm talking about. This can blow your mind. So Andy Slavitt was the CEO of Ingenix, and investigated for providing bad data, which led to underpayments. I'm not laughing at the underpayments. I'm laughing at the audacity of this. Underpayments of insurance claims. He was also the former United Healthcare CEO. And part of a new healthcare company in Texas. That's right. Yeah, he started a new healthcare company in Texas that kind of focuses primarily on, oh, God, I didn't think of this back then. Probably immigrants. It was for minorities back then or something like that. So here's that. Here that is. So I always bring my receipts, even though it's cumbersome, but I want you to see that I'm not making stuff up. So Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Underpayments to consumers by the health insurance industry. Okay, this is 2009. All right, so I'll let you read that whole report. I'll stick it in the description. But you can see here Ingenix flawed data. All right, and then we get down to Slavitt. I didn't even prepare this part. It just popped in my head. So let me see here. But yeah, so Andy Slavitt was in the middle of all this, and then he's right in the middle of that whole Democrat DNC, like little gang of thieves and beggars. So there it is. I'm just not searching on it. So anyways, I'll let you read it and you will see what I mean. And you're going to see a lot of people in this. So what's the point? The point is that all of these protests and all this hero worship of Mangione, which there's not even been an indictment hearing yet. You know, based on my investigation, I believe they've got the wrong guy. I don't know if that's on purpose or by accident. I do believe they have the wrong guy. But for whatever reason, with the help of, you know, I would say the deep state. When I say deep state, I'm talking about like the Uniparty. I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything like that. I don't even like the word conspiracy theories. I just think I like the word hypothesis instead. But we do know that Democrats, Republicans, rhinos work together. We do know that above the level of politics, there's money. Okay. And this is those people. As you could see from that COVID collaborative thing, you know, there's you got the Bushes alongside Slavitt, alongside Frieden, alongside Fauci, alongside everyone. So my wife, Naomi Wolf, she used to say it best because she worked on, she was a lifelong Democrat, and now thankfully is a Trump supporter. But she said it best. When I first met her, she had hired me to, kind of look into some people that were giving her death threats and to take care of that problem, which I did. But I said, what's it like in politics at that level? Because she was working directly with Al Gore. And I worked in DC, but I was like the Morlocks, I was down the river, down there in the Langley area, while they're like the Eloys from the Time Machine. They're up in the White House with the nice coffee. And she said, politics in DC is kind of like professional wrestling. They fight on stage, and it's not too convincing, but it's kind of convincing. It's very theatrical, she said, but they all arrive and leave on the same bus. And I always thought that was a great way to look at it. So politics, according to Naomi Wolf, from her perspective, are just like professional wrestling. They put on a good fight on the stage, but they arrive and leave in the same tour bus. I think that's great. So anyways, look into this one, though. This is really crazy. This is pretty much underreported. And you can find that. I'll put my tweet thing here in the thing. But Andy Slavitt, you'll find that December 4th, 2021 on my Twitter, which is at Brian O'Shea, SPI. And you can see that's the exact way you want to search for it right there. Okay. All right. So, and I could go on with this. I said the beauty of this plan, us putting potential financial strain on insurance through insuring those already boosted, is that the companies are all intertwined. But even better, this pressure will fall right on the White House. Why? Because Biden's COVID guy is Andy Slavitt. Okay, he ran Obamacare, but before that, he was CEO of Ingenix and United Healthcare. Old Slavitt himself has a history with quote unquote funny numbers. He's probably getting nervous. Plug this into your Google searches verbatim. At Andy Slavitt, Ingenix. Yeah, definitely get that. And there he is. Okay, you can see ex-Obama official who helped botched the healthcare.gov rollout joins Biden's COVID team. Okay, so why are we talking about this? Okay, so what happened is since this Brian Thompson was assassinated on December 4th, there's been the fear of, especially in the security industry, and I work in that industry. I get jobs from time to time to do executive protection or to augment a security team, usually by my friend Gary down in Virginia. He has some great clients. But our fear has been copycats, okay, because they see the celebrity that Luigi Mangione is getting, and we don't know he's only the alleged shooter. But people see this, and just like with school shootings, there's copycats. Okay, so what happened in Winchester, Connecticut is this. You can see the headline there, and this happened last night, or they released this last night. Police look for whoever vandalized building at Winchester Park. Now, you might notice this is NBC, and they're not putting the words deny, defend, depose in the title because they don't want to promote it, because they're heavily sponsored by United Healthcare. Deny, defend, depose. All right. Also notice the anarchy symbol. That was the symbol that was always around Antifa. I'll just say now it's probably copycats. I always like checking the spelling on these things. But police are looking for whoever vandalized a building at Raleigh Park in Winchester. Authorities said the words deny, defend, depose were sprawled on the structure at the park on Tuesday. It's the same message that was engraved on the shell casings used in the brazen killings of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The words echo the title of a 2010 book, Deny, Defend, whose subtitle is Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It. If you have information on video footage or any video footage that could be useful, you're asked to contact the officer at Officer Green at townofwinchester.org. Okay, so Winchester Police Department. Okay, so we just read that. So this is on their Facebook here. I don't use Facebook, but here, right there, this is the problem when people start saying this. So I'll just say thank God Trump's in office, because if Kamala Harris had been had slithered in the manner that Biden had, meaning cheated her way in, because that's the only way she could have won, you'd have people probably burning down healthcare buildings now, nothing being done about it. We've seen it before. So I'm glad he's in office for that. But, be on the lookout for these things. I'm not saying, we all need to do the work of the federal government to protect our facilities, but protect your community. Like, I don't care if it's a cause I agree with. If someone starts burning things down or graffitiing it everywhere, I'm gonna step in. I'm at a minimum get it on video and help them get arrested, because there's better ways to do things. Okay, so that is the latest on the Mangione thing. Let me just take a quick break. I'm going to we're going to get right into Ukraine. I want to see if my guest is here, but I do want to get into the Ukraine thing. So I'm going to stick the Zelensky speech on from the World Economic Forum. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'll get it rolling for you. But before we do that, I do, if you guys get a chance, you should. I had mentioned earlier my great night of sleep. Okay, so this is yet again another sponsor, which I'm so glad. Over the holidays, everyone took a pause on things, and when I first saw this company, because I have real bad sleep issues, I was like, damn, we have to really, really get them as a sponsor, because I need that magnesium. So what it is this is Bioptimizers, and what it is, it's magnesium breakthrough. So you see it scrolling along the thing down there. So I don't know the science behind this. I will tell you this. Most Americans are magnesium deficient, okay? Now, how it helps your sleep, I really don't know. I'm not a scientist. I do know that magnesium supplements for sleep, promotes balance, stress response, feel relaxed and at peace, sleep faster, deeper, key nutrient for healthy immune responses, provides essential electrolyte to maintain balance and rhythm, and it does provide the key building blocks to strong bones. So this is my thing. So I have massive sleep issues. I even have one of those sleep snoring machines. It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm always tired. But since I started taking this stuff, even falling asleep on the giant couch last night with the dog, I'm glad I had taken these Bioptimizers before I fell asleep, before I got relaxed, because every time I do, even if I don't get enough sleep, the sleep I get is deep and it's undisturbed, and I feel really good in the morning. So yeah, just take 2 of these every night and try it. I would try it. You do get a really good discount with Daily Clout. If you go to bioptimizers.com/Daily Clout, you get 10% off. But what I always tell people is, hey, if you took this stuff and you really like it, or you really don't like it, contact me and we'll talk about it. But I can't imagine you wouldn't like it. So if you have any sleep issues at all, can't shut the brain off, have sleep apnea like I do, Bioptimizers. And again, go to bioptimizers.com/Daily Clout. This stuff is awesome. Love it. This, and then wake up with your native hydrate, which I'm going to have more of because I'm so thirsty. Okay. And I do blame TikTok because, man, that thing sucked me in. I don't recommend it. It's weird. Okay, so I'm going to stick on the Zelensky speech, and I will be right back to comment on it. You guys, it's a good chance to get a coffee. Oh, by the way, audience, let me check on my comments here. Okay. So, all right. So I just want to say good morning, everyone, really quickly. Okay. And get that up. So we do have some comments that come in. I can't always see them all, but I'll do my best here. So we do have Smoothie. I love the names. Smoothie Mumbaris Boris. Hi, brothers. Hey, back to you, Smoothie Mumbaris Boris. Boris. I'm just hoping I'm saying that right. And then Smoothie says, hi, Numi. Hey, Numi. Talking to my wife. Good morning to you. She, unfortunately, is out and about, but she may join the show a little later. I am going to stream like for most of the day today because there's just so much news. It just takes forever to set up the studio. So I figured once I'm in, I'm just going to keep going and then take breaks and leave it rolling. Okay, so Ernest, welcome back. That is my cousin, my actual cousin, not like my cuz. But he's saying time to make the donuts. Not for me, dude. My dad was a donut man, and that's how he fed us 9 kids. I can't stand donuts to this day. I'll tell you what, donuts are great until like literally they're like every facet of your life. But, you know, God rest his soul. He's a great man and worked his ass off and built the donut shop, built up a real estate little empire, and left my mom in good condition and us as well. So those donuts, as much as I hate to eat them, I owe them everything I have. So Ernie, good morning. Good to see you. Okay. Yeah. And then Ernie says, can Hannity interview without interrupting? Yeah, I can't stand. I'm sorry. If you guys are fans of Sean Hannity, I can't stand him. He just seems like such a beltway guy. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say he's deep state, but he just seems like such a beltway dude, man. It's like he's always towing the line for something. I mean, the way he was, I thought he was horrible to like Carrie Lake and a lot of the female MAGA candidates. I didn't really like the way he treated them. I don't like the way he it's so transparent in my mind that he has an agenda half the time and he tries to steer it. There was a point in there where he said, yeah, but what about, do you want 1 bill, 2 bill, 3 bills? Like that's such DC talk. And I like that, the businessman, Donald Trump, and our commander in chief says, yeah, just 1 big bill, 1 big, beautiful bill. Like, I don't care as long as it gets done. And then at about a minute in, Hannity's like, but these are big problems. These are big problems. It's actually, they're not. And Trump is right. And Trump says they're all solvable problems. And see, that's what makes a good businessman. Now, I know a lot of people will say, oh, but he lost billions of dollars, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, maybe. But he also earned it back. And he got it back. And people are like, oh, his dad gave him the money. Yeah, but maybe. But he certainly didn't squander it. Okay. And so there's a lot of people with rich parents. That doesn't mean they're successful. What I like about Trump, and I'm seeing this more because we can see more of it. And even on mainstream media, we're seeing more of it. But what I'm liking about Trump is there's a certain thing that I think everyone can really take away from this, even if you hate him, even if you're one of his adversaries. I shouldn't tell you this, but I will. What he's doing is what makes him unstoppable. What he does is he's like an algorithm. Like he sees a goal, and if it's an attainable goal, he goes after it and he keeps going. His goal was to get back in the White House. That's why all of these court cases and everything, that's why he had the mental endurance to handle that. That's what I'm guessing. I'm not in his head. But what I like is that everyone on the left, all the legacy media, and I'll pull up some of those clips, they're melting down over all of these things happening in DC. They're melting down. You know why they're melting down? Because those are their lobbyists. Okay, that's their donor money. That's, their kid was going to get that internship. That's what makes DC run. Remember, like Arlington, Alexandria, all those places around the Beltway, really inside the Beltway, that's where all the contractors live. I used to be one. Okay, it's Arlington, Virginia, Alexandria, those areas now, Sterling and Reston, Herndon. But the thing is, they want all these jobs. Okay, they don't care if they need them or not. They want them. There's so much waste in the government, so much waste, and people hate it because he's trying to turn the government into a more business functioning entity. And it's so interesting to watch him. It might be personal for him, but I don't think that's why he's doing it. I think he's doing it for 2 reasons. A, for our country, but also you got to dismantle this octopus because he knows in 4 or 5 years they'll come for him again. They'll come for his family again. They'll come for all of us. And so that's what he's doing right now, is he is just tearing down all the waste. Now, what you'll notice he's not doing, he's not tearing down anything that we need. Okay. He's not saying disband the military. He's not saying defund the police. No, he's saying, okay, do we really need DEI in schools? Nope. Do we really need it in our government? Nope. He's already saved billions of dollars on those cuts. Do we need it on our military? Hell no. And none of this stuff matters in those functions. Now, these things might matter to some people, and you know what? If it does, vote it into law if it matters that much to you. But for the functions that we're talking about, like, why do you need DEI in the military? Why? It's not a social club. Like I told my family member the other night, I said, it's a killing machine. It's got one job. Military. It's not there to, it's not a voyage of self-discovery. You join the military to be part of defending this country. That's it. Okay. Yeah. You might have your personal reasons. I wanted adventure. I was a big Tom Clancy fan at the time when I joined, but, you don't join, like there was never an expectation when I went in the military in 1992 that I'd be a special flower, or I'd be special. And don't get me wrong, you want to be that guy, or girl that stands above, because it's weird. Like they shave your head, and, you're all part of a bigger entity. But when you join that entity and you get trained and you're functioning as a unit, there's a lot to be said about that. And that's called teamwork towards a goal, because we all can't do it alone. DEI is intentional, in my opinion, to make the military less effective in that case. So he notices that's waste, that's rot, that's fat, get rid of it. Obviously, you don't need it in the police department or on the border. Don't need it. Okay, because what's it do? It takes you away from the mission. You have one job. Okay, let me go back to the military. There was a push way back when where like every soldier would have like these computers where they could see everyone else on the battlefield. Bad idea. Bad idea. Because the military really does operate like a football team, okay, or any sports team. If you've ever done American football, you know that, okay, if you're the wide receiver, when you're doing your drills, you run there and you turn there. You're not worrying about anyone else. You have one job: run there, turn there, the ball will be there or won't be there. That's all you have to do, is get to that point in that pattern. The defenseman knows, okay, I need to push this guy under the pads and to the left, while the other guy next to him is saying, I need to push this guy to the right, open up a hole. But that's all they do. They're not saying, the lineman isn't saying, gee, I wonder if Aaron Rodgers is doing okay back there. He seemed very, very messed up when they attacked him about the vaccines. You don't want that happening. You don't want, a quarterback saying, yeah, I know coach said it this way, but I'm going to try it this way, because then everything falls apart and then you lose. Military is the same way. You don't want people thinking anything else but the mission. They could think what they want on their own time. And yes, they have plenty of their own free time. But when I was leading smaller units, oh no, like, you do that. Here's your 3 list, go. That's it. I don't care how you feel about it. Just do it. Okay. We could talk about those other things later, but right now, and what I would do is I'd write down everyone's tasks on an index card, because I had like these real small teams. They're called SOT A and SOT B teams. It's for collection of signals intelligence. And I'd put these things on index cards. It's like what you do when you get to the site. And everyone had a job: dig a hole, set up the camouflage, get the communications up, set up fighting positions. Each person had a few of those tasks, and they'd all move out at the same time to do them. I would shuffle that and then hand them out so every team member can memorize every job. And then we drill. We'd go out to the woods. The minute we get there, no one talks. They just go and do their thing, and we were very effective. And that's how most of these things in the government need to run. Okay, I don't want CISA worrying about DEI. Right now, there's a cyber person in charge in CISA. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty scary. I know someone over there who kind of let me know. And, the thing is, you don't want that, because if I'm protecting you, you're protecting me. Let's say you're protecting me, okay? And I hire you. I hire you as a bodyguard counter stalker. And you show up. I mean, think about this. Let me dumb it down even more. Not dumb it down, but let me make it more basic. I have a guy who comes here to the house, and he does incredible finish carpentry. Me and Naomi hired him, and he's great. He's excellent. But if he showed up and he said, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "Good." Oh, and he looked sad, and he said, "Oh, I noticed you didn't ask me how I was doing." I would look at him and fire him. I don't care. Really. I mean, I care that you could get the job done. I'll get to know you, and when we're off time and you've got the work done, yeah, we could talk about your feelings then, but get the job done first. I'm paying you. And that's the thing. And so if you think about like soldiers or anything, cops, anything, like, I mean, I care more about your function if you are serving me, if I am your client. I care what I hired you for, what your deliverables are for. All that other stuff is not my responsibility. I've got my own issues. You got your own issues. We certainly shouldn't be using taxpayer money to fund that kind of nonsense. So I went way off on the deep end there. What I'm saying is all these cuts are great. Keep them coming, I say. And trust me, watch your tax bills over the next few years. They're going to go boop. All right, so we talked about optimizers. I'm going to throw Zelinsky up here. I'm going to see if JJ Carroll is going to hop on. I got to send him the link. But let me play this. This is going to piss you off. Okay, this is going to piss you off. I guarantee it. It pissed me off. And I have a question for all the people who, if you're on Rumble, you can chat. I think if you are on X, you can chat or leave a comment. And I do want to hear your comments. I'm pretty sure Zelensky's voice didn't sound like that when he was an actor. I went back and looked. Now, stop me if I'm wrong, but it's, it seems a bit performative. And I've noticed that since this whole thing got launched, this whole theater got launched. He, it's that, I'm a hard fighting warrior, while he's in Monte Carlo with his new yacht. But just as a sidebar, if someone could find a comparison between when he took office in Ukraine and when that voice started, I can't stand it. He came on one time when Sean Penn introduced him at some Golden Globes or something, and my son was watching it. My son was like, I think he was like 10 at the time, and we're sitting there, and we just, he knows, my son knows a lot about, that area, like more than me, actually, weirdly. And, but we're sitting there, and he's like, "Dad, they're talking about Zelensky in Hollywood." And I said, "Really? Let's call it up." So we're watching, and Sean Penn gets out there, and he's like, great heroes, whatever the hell he says. It's the same thing every time. And he goes, "But I have a special guest for you." And it goes dark. And the way they set it up, I thought Jesus himself was going to appear. And all of a sudden, Zelensky in his Walmart sweatshirt, he's like, "Ladies and gentlemen," and we both burst out laughing. I couldn't stop laughing. It was hilarious. Anyways, here is this speech. I'm not going to make you sit through the whole 30 minutes of it, but let me just take a quick break, and I'll be back with you in about 15, 20 minutes. So grab your coffee or whatever you're getting, and I'll check on my guests. All right. And I'm going to leave the stream going, so don't go anywhere.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Ukraine, please join me in welcoming back to Davos the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky. I think you can hear from the warm applause that people are very much looking forward to hearing you speak, Mr. President, but also to greet you in the warmest way, welcoming you back to our annual meeting. We are really now approaching 3 years since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the largest European conflict since the Second World War. Nearly 1/5 of Ukraine's internationally recognized territory remains under occupation. The scale of human suffering since the 24th of February 2022 has been tragic. Almost 40% of your population requires humanitarian assistance. Millions face food insecurity. Deliberate attacks against your country's energy infrastructure expose Ukrainians to freezing temperatures. Attacks against civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, have caused huge physical and mental harm on those that are most vulnerable. In the face of this tragedy, thanks for your leadership, Mr. President. You and your country remain steadfast. Your country remains firmly on the European path, having been granted EU candidate status. Mr. President, we truly hope that we will see the war come to an end in 2025 through a just and lasting peace that restores Ukraine's sovereignty, a peace that ensures future generations will never have to know the horrors of war. The world is eager to hear from you on what lies ahead for Ukraine in the coming year. Welcome back to Davos, Mr. President.
Thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the future of Europe with you, which basically means the future of most people here. Right now, all eyes are on Washington. But who's actually watching Europe at the moment? That's the key question for Europe, and it's not just about ideas, it's about people, first of all, about how they will live in a world that's constantly changing. 20 hours ago, President Trump's inauguration took place in Washington, and now everyone is waiting to see what he will do next. His first executive orders have already shown clear priorities. Most of the world's now thinking, so what's gonna happen to their relationship with America? What will happen to alliances, to support, to trade? How does President Trump plan to end wars? But no one is asking these kinds of questions about Europe, and we need to be honest about that. When we in Europe look at the United States as our ally, it's clear they are an indispensable ally. In times of war, everyone worries, will the United States stay with them? And every ally worry about that. But does anyone in the United States worry that Europe might abandon them someday, might stop being their ally? The answer is no. Washington does not believe Europe can bring them something that is really substantial. And I remember last year's Asia Security Summit in Singapore, the Shangri-La dialogue, and their representatives of the United States delegation openly said their top security priority is the Indo-Pacific region, the second is the Middle East and the Gulf, and only the third is Europe. And that was under the previous administration. And will President Trump even
I'm sorry to interrupt here. I've just got to say this because, again, it's so annoying. First of all, the United States has been the defense of Europe since World War II. Okay. We've also dumped hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine in whether cash or weapons. So, you know, for him to sit there and whine and say, "Oh, you're not putting us first," you know, it's like, dude, what more do you want? And look, I'm sorry. You know, the counter argument to all these people that just kind of blindly support Ukraine in this country, you see the signs on the yards, not as many, but you got to ask yourself a question. This is the argument I always give them. I say, okay, so Russia is so powerful and so aggressive and so evil that they're going to take over all of the world. That's how they sold this thing. Okay. They're going to roll. If they get past Ukraine, democracy's in trouble. Watch out. Okay. They're going to roll right through Europe. Well, riddle me this. If they supposedly can't even get past Ukraine, what the hell is Europe worried about anyways? You kind of see it's like their argument defeats itself. There's a Financial Times article too that came up in 2022, that Financial Times, and that is like the Economic Forum's rag. But it actually said like 50% of those weapons, American-made weapons, like military weapons, we're talking rockets, you know, AR-15, not AR, M4A1s, are ending up on the European black market. Are you kidding me? Think about how scary that is. With the open borders that we had under Biden, and then pretty much when Biden armed Afghanistan and left them an entire army's worth of weapons, vehicles, even helicopters, brand new, okay, to the Taliban. And then we've dumped hundreds of billions of dollars to these guys. And this guy wanted nukes. He wanted like fighter jets. Are you kidding me? Like, that should terrify everyone. And at the same time, Biden and everyone trying to disarm us here in the United States. I mean, just keep that in mind as this guy's talking. If you're not that up on Ukraine, I'll pull up something later too that kind of shows like there's a lot going on here since the beginning that just is really shady. Like, for instance, did you know that the United States, through USAID, Ukraine and Poland, we're actually building a pipeline that looks like it would have cut right into Russia's natural gas lines and oil lines and created a pipeline right to the rest of Europe via Poland. And I pulled that off of USAID, and they did take it down. Yeah, you know, I mean, I guess if someone was stealing our oil, we probably might do something about it. I don't think Biden would, but so I'll pull that up. I'm not just, you know, that's not something I heard. That's something I researched. But, you know, just keep in mind that this guy is like, this whole thing, in my opinion, you have your own opinions, it's fine. This is a big money laundering scam. I mean, this is just a way to get money right back to the, you know, U.S. contractors that make the weapons. It keeps them going because they shut down Afghanistan, and then magically, after they shut down Afghanistan, they kick up Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine and Russia have been at it for forever, you know, but all of a sudden it was super important 6 months after Afghanistan shut down, like, oh my God, it's an imminent threat. You should know that, like, I think it was 2020 that the FAA shut down airspace over Ukraine and its borders with Russia because they were in conflict. So they weren't in a rush. They were only in a rush, the powers that be, to get Ukraine funded by the U.S. only after that ATM machine that was Afghanistan went away. That's just my opinion. Okay. And so, yeah, I'll let you keep watching. I just had to cut in there because this guy really just annoys the hell out of me.
notice Europe? Does he see NATO as necessary, and will he respect EU institutions? Ladies and gentlemen, Europe can't afford to be second or third in line for its allies. If that happens, the world will start moving forward without Europe. And that's a wall that will not be comfortable or beneficial for all Europeans. Europe needs to compete for the top spot in priorities, alliances, and technological development. And we are at yet another turning point, which some see as a problem for Europe, but others call a chance. Europe must establish itself as a strong global player, as an indispensable player. Let's not forget, there is no ocean separating European countries from Russia. And the European leaders should remember these battles involving North Korean soldiers are now happening in places geographically closer to Davos than to Pyongyang. Russia is turning into a version of North Korea, a country where human life means nothing. But they have nuclear weapons and a burning desire to make their neighbors' lives miserable. Even though Russia's overall economic potential is way smaller than Europe's, it produces several times more armor and military equipment than all of Europe combined. And that's exactly the path of wars Moscow chooses to take. Putin signed the new strategic deal with Iran. He already had a comprehensive treaty with North Korea. Whom do they make such deals against? Against you, against us, against Europe, against America. We must not forget about it. It's not by chance that are their strategic priorities, and our priorities must match the challenge in politics and in defense and in economy. Such threats can only be counted and only counted together. Even when it comes to army size, Russia can field about 1.3, maybe 1.5 million troops. We've got more than 800,000 in our military. Second after us comes France with over 200,000, then Germany, Italy, and UK. Everyone else has less. This isn't a situation where one country can secure itself alone. It's about all of us standing together to mean something. For now, thankfully, the influence of Iran's regime is weakening. This gives hope for Syria and Lebanon, and they should too become examples of how life can recover after war. And Ukraine is already stepping in to support the new Syria. Our ministers have been to Damascus, and we've launched a food aid program for Syria called Food from Ukraine. And we are getting our partners involved to invest in these delivers and in building food production facilities. And Europe could totally step in as a security donor for Syria. Time to stop getting headaches from that direction. And Europe, together with America, should put pay to the Iranian threat. Next, right now, it's not clear whether Europe will even have a seat at the table when the war against our country ends. And we see how much influence China has on Russia. And we are deeply grateful to Europe for all the support it's given our country during this war. But will President Trump listen to Europe? Or will he negotiate with Russia and China without Europe? Europe needs to learn how to fully take care of itself so that the world can't afford to ignore it. It's vital to maintain unity in Europe because the world doesn't care about just Budapest or Brussels. It cares about Europe as a whole. And we need a united European security and defense policy, and all European countries must be willing to spend as much on security as it truly needed, not just as much as they have gotten used to during years of neglect. If it takes 5% of GDP to cover defense, then so be it. 5% it is. And there is no need to play with people's emotions that defense should be compensated at the expense of medicine or pensions or something else. That's really not fair. We have already set up models of cooperation for Ukraine's defense that can make all of Europe stronger. We are building drones together, including some totally unique ones that no one else in the world has. And we are producing artillery together. And in Ukraine.
Okay. Okay, I got to cut in again on this one. So I just want you to know he just said not talking about not playing on people's emotions. Literally, that's been the entire selling point of this war. So, yeah, but also, did you catch the part when he said, first of all, if I'm a world leader, I really don't want the former comedian telling me about my GDP and what I should be spending on defense. Okay, because he's not managing his defense, we are. Okay, this guy's got no military training that I know of, unless maybe some compulsory stuff when he was younger. But yeah, that pissed me off. But also, I want you to kind of, I might even go back a bit here, but catch this. I always love, it's called Investigate Everything, because literally, like, this is what I do all day. This is what I was trained to do. This is what I do. The devil's always in the details, right? So let's just go back a second here. Let me see. Okay, yeah. You're going to see he kind of makes sure that pharma is taken care of. Let's see if you catch it.
Not just as much as they have gotten used to during years of neglect. If it takes 5% of GDP to cover defense, then so be it. 5% it is. And there is no need to play with people's emotions that defense should be compensated at the expense of medicine or pensions or something else. That's really not fair.
Now, I also want to say he's not only making a plug for pharma there, but he's also pretty much saying to us, like, hey, keep sending the money, because that's how they're paying for their pensions. That's how they're paying for their healthcare, is with our money that we're sending there to supposedly fight for democracy. Okay. We're literally rebuilding their infrastructure if we haven't already. And a lot of you, I know, that are regulars, and I see a lot of you on X as well. You know, it's like, wait a minute. Like, we have wildfires. We have hurricanes. Those people get $750 each, whether you're in North Carolina or you're in the Pacific Palisades, $750 each. Okay. As my friend Brianna Sogdal would tell you from her research, in a lot of cases, using FEMA disaster status to pretty much take people's land at like a fraction of the price that it's worth. So for this guy to say, like, oh, hey, you know, just here's how we should be spending our money. It's like, well, no. You're telling us how you should be spending our money. That's our money. Okay. And there will be no more of it. As we've seen with Donald Trump coming in office, border, boom. We're going to talk about that if JJ Carroll can get on here. My fault, because I just sent him the link now. But like, really? So I just hear that and he's like, oh, but don't the pensions, that's, what do you mean? Like, no one should be? Let's think about that. Like, God, you're in a war and you're worried about pensions? Really? I mean, you have press gangs on the street. People pretty much don't have a choice over there. between 18 and 55, really between 16 and like 75, it seems, if you see some of the people on the front lines. But you're talking about pensions? Whose pensions? Your pension? Lockheed Martin's pension? I mean, whose pension? You know, and also, medicine, yeah, okay, look, medicine's important, I get it. But we know the kind of medicine he's talking about because, as you'll see, he allows corrupt medicine within his ranks, knowingly. And I'll get to that after we're done here. So let's keep watching. I will try not to interrupt because I'm glad to see the viewer numbers are not going down when I interrupt, but I just have to say that. And, let me take some of these too. So Pat, hey, good morning. How come all these leaders become millionaires? Because it's money laundering. Here's how it works. It's very easy. And this is how it works in some of our intelligence agencies too. I'll tell you that right now. That's why I'm glad they're gutting a particular one. Pallet of money. Okay, this happened. We saw this happen in Iraq. We know this happened in Afghanistan. I've seen this happen in so many conflict areas. You probably never even knew were conflict areas. You got your liaison. They go to Zelensky. Okay, it's more complicated than that, but I'm just going to simplify it. And they say, "Hey, Zelensky, how much money you need?" He says, "I need $1 million." And then they're like, "Okay, good." So by the time that news gets back to Washington, they say, "How much money does Zelensky need?" The liaison says, "He needs $2 million." Okay, so then the Secretary of State goes to Congress and says, "Well, it's going to take $5 million." Okay, so you see there's already been a markup. And that markup pays for all those cutouts in between. That's why there's middlemen. That's how they make their money. It's called skimming. So when it gets back to Zelensky, they're like, "Hey, you get that $1 million?" He's like, "Well, they only sent 500,000, unfortunately, but here it is." And Zelensky, I noticed you got a new car over there. It's really nice. You know, that's like a $300,000-$400,000 car. Shut up. It is not. It is for democracy. Okay, so that's how that game works. The reason I say intel agencies, it's the same thing with let me be careful how I say this. There's different types of intelligence and different agencies handle different types. So there's HUMINT, SIGINT, ELINT, MASINT, OSINT, you name it. SIGINT, of course I say SIGINT. So HUMINT, human intelligence, that is the area for Langley. Okay, what does that mean? That means they go out, they recruit human assets. Those human assets spy on behalf of what we want them to do. That's it in a nutshell. It's pretty much the same thing that cops do with confidential informants, or that investigative journalists do with informants or sources. Okay, same thing I would do when I was working in private intelligence, and I won't get into what I did when I was working in government intelligence, but it's the same thing. It's not as complicated as people make it out to be, but here's how that works. Allegedly, you go to some third world, you're assigned to some third world country that no one really cares about, that has a very uneducated population, very poor population. And this is all hypothetical. Okay. And hypothetically, and in reality, this is not something I've ever done. Hypothetically, it could be something other people have done that I hypothetically may have seen, which, allegedly may have caused me to leave. But what I am saying is, so you go to, let's say, Tim. Okay, Tim, he builds, I don't know, he fixes bicycles on rickshaws. Okay. And Tim, you go to Tim and you're that case officer and you're like, "Crap, man, the fiscal year is almost up. I'm supposed to recruit 3 people a year. I haven't recruited anyone." Because you're recruiting, you're trying to get them either wittingly or unwittingly to spy on their own country for us. So, the clock is ticking. You want to have your recruits, your assets in time for your annual review in October. So you go, "Hey Tim, you're a janitor too, aren't you?" He says, "Yeah, I'm a janitor over at the Department of Energy for country X." "Oh, cool. I'd really love to see, how many people work there. Oh, I can't give you that information. Well, if you can't, you can. Maybe you can. And just how's the bike business going? Oh, really? Man, I'd love to invest in this place, and really keep it going. Oh, you would? Yeah. But it'd be easier because I need to know who's working over there so they don't interrupt our business. So that's one approach, really basic. All right. So Tim says, okay, he agrees to do it. He's going to get you a list of everyone that works there. And you say, okay, well, how much is this going to cost me? He says, oh, it's going to cost you $100. And in some of these countries, it's like that cheap. And then the case officer's like, okay, all right, I got it. He goes back. He has the information, he doctors it up a little bit, makes it a little better than Tim gave him. And then he hands it over and they're like, oh, this is great stuff. How do you get this? What's this guy going to cost us? Well, he said he could do it for no less than $5,000. Okay, well, go to the cash cage, get your cash, and here's your requisition, and go and bring that back over to Tim. So by the time Tim gets it, that case officer might give him $150, a little tip, and then he's pocketing the rest. Okay, this is all hypothetical, of course. So, there's JJ Carroll. Good. Anyways, that's kind of how this works. So the original price, like the original guys on the ground, they're like, hey, Zelensky, we need 500,000 or we need $1 million. We need 10 million. I'm just throwing numbers out there. By the time it reaches DC, it's been tripled and quadrupled. And I bet JJ can talk about some of this too. He's seen some of this corruption, I'm sure, as well. So guys, I'm going to just pause this for now. Okay. Now, my lighting's really dark. Okay. All right, so JJ Carroll is the former, he is a former border agent, and I think deputy in charge. I forgot the station he worked at because, I've never been in that business, but it's, me and JJ hosted a great show called Unrestricted Invasion, which I want to get back into, but I know we're both very busy. And I'm going to let you tell him more about his bio. This was last minute, so I don't have his updated bio. We do talk a lot. But JJ, he did the border for a long time. He wrote a great book. Let me call up his website called Invaded. Okay, and it's a really good book. It doesn't read like most of these books you read about former people in different jobs. It reads like it's like Lee Child meets Tom Clancy, man. It's you won't believe it when you read it, and he puts you right there. Like it's like you're in his head when you read this book. I met JJ's friend a long time ago in Oregon at a diner. Just happened to meet this guy and told me about JJ, and then we connected, and the rest is history. And so let me just call up his book there. Where is it, JJ? Okay. So anyways, JJ and we started Unrestricted Invasion. And this is leading right up until like the summertime, but things like crazy busy with everything going on. And there it is. Okay. JJ, they are selling your book everywhere now, so it's hard to keep up with even finding your site. Okay, here we go. So anyways, what I really love about talking to JJ is that you really get an insight. You kind of get that, down in the weeds type of feel for what is going on with everything. It's pretty amazing. There it is. Thank God. Okay. So I'm going to call up his website. I know he's on the clock, so I'll make this quick. Okay. And there we go. All right. So this is his website. Okay, and I highly recommend going to this website, keeping up with JJ. He's got his own show now. He is the author of Invaded, and he really gets into the weeds on this. And he also stays very current with all this stuff. He has a lot of good sources in there. As you can see, he's all over the news because this guy is an expert. He is my friend. He is not as scary as he looks, so he is quite frightening when he wants to be. And let me add him to the stage right now. And JJ Carroll, welcome, man. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Brian. Thanks for having me on and going through my website. I'm creating a new website. Will be up in 6 weeks. I'm stoked about that. And I have my next book has been written, and I'm waiting for my editor to chop it up and send it back to me, and I'll have it published
Good
by the
for
third
you.
week. By the third week of February. It's called Treason, and it's all about what happened the last 4 years. I just came on. I'm looking at your title below. How come all these leaders become millionaires? I'm going to go back and watch this, because that is something that sticks in my crawl, and I believe it needs to be exposed. How do all these public officials, not millionaires, Brian, they're millionaires times 10, times 100, times 500 times.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. On a salary of $175,000 a year, Brian.
Exactly. And living in the Beltway. Like living in the Beltway.
Yes.
Okay, so I lived there and I made north of $150,000 a year, and that was legit. Like that as a contractor, and that's figuring in healthcare and all that. So I was a contractor. I had TS/SCI clearance. So, all my degrees. So I was earning that money. But by the time that money got into my account with all the taxes and everything, it wasn't that much.
No.
150,000 in that area is like making 70,000 in other areas, 60,000 maybe.
Yeah, and living in one of the most expensive places on planet Earth, Washington, D.C., in the suburbs.
I lived near the zoo, man. Like it was expensive.
Like I tell people, I was making $150,000, $170,000 a year in the Border Patrol in San Diego. They're like, my gosh, you must have been living like a king. No, I was living paycheck to paycheck. $170,000 a year as a professional making and living paycheck to paycheck, because the taxes, the gas, the property tax, the mortgage, it was just insane. But my goodness, Brian, what a difference 72 hours has made. The whole nation has changed, Brian. It's changed.
Isn't it amazing? The Trump effect is amazing. Amazing.
Let me ask you this. Think of everyone in the world. Everyone in the world you can choose. There is only one man that could do what is being done today, and that is through Donald Trump. I don't see anyone else that could have the past experience, the knowledge, the brass balls to do it.
The mental endurance.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Brian, think about what we just came from. We came from seeing a president that would speak for 3 minutes, 5 minutes max. He would look like he was on heavy narcotics. He could slur his words. He has no idea. And then we go the first day, President Trump is up for 24 hours straight, going to multiple balls, speaking multiple speeches where they're scrutinizing every word. That's what we got now. He's giving press conferences 4, 5, 10 times a day. And he's doing the work, man. Holy cow. On the border. Brian, on what's happened on the border, I'm excited.
Okay. Well, let's jump right into that.
Okay.
Let me steer this just a little bit. So obviously we have got the 22 states that are like suing, whatever. The misinterpretation that I saw on the House floor yesterday, we're not going to get into that. There's a rumor going around that ICE offers rewards instantly, fact check or whatever it was, PolitiFact, whatever, they're all the same. They instantly came out with, no, that's not true. But when I went through the article, I was kind of like, well, they're kind of doing that word thing where they're like, they may, but we did a search of ICE and there's nothing that exists. And the search they did was like an entire sentence with like different characters. Like it's unsearchable term they used. So let's talk about that first. Is ICE offering rewards? I know there's a tip line. The tip line seems a bit dated. It was had a 2024 thing on the form. And also after that, let's talk about the enlightenment of the mayor of Denver, who all of a sudden is on board. Go ahead, man.
You know what? I have not heard of any. I know there's ICE tip line like, hey, I got a murder here from Guatemala, or gang member, Tren de Aragua, come get him. There's no bounties being put out. We don't even need it, right? There's so many. Let's make sure we have this in a context. There's 50 million illegal aliens in America, 50 million. And I can enumerate that or show it how that's not my number I pull out of my head. This is factually true, 50 million. So the amount of work that needs to be done is so immense that the Border Patrol agents can roll into, say, Chicago, or ICE agents roll into Chicago, and then in a week arrest thousands upon thousands of people and not even put a dent in it. It's going to take time. I am happy to tell you that I'm already day one, not even the first 24 hours, like not the 24, I'm talking like within 12 hours. My Border Patrol agent buddies were sending me stuff and saying, hey, JJ, everything's changed. We've already got all the directives have come down. No one is allowed into the country. Everyone that crosses the border will get a consequence. That's in layman's terms. They will be deported. Women, children, men, I don't care. And then if you want to release someone, you have to call all the way up to Washington, D.C. and ask them. Have fun with that, my friend. Have fun calling up to D.C. through sector and say, hey, I want to release them. Oh, really? You do? How about you resign? You're fired or demoted. That's what's happening. And I'm actually very excited to say.
Wait. Can you just explain that a little more for a lot of people who've never been in the, so basically just step by step. So,
Okay. So
in the new world that we're in.
Well, let's go back to the old world. The old world, 73 hours ago, an agent would encounter someone on the border, crossed, gave up with their luggage, and they would immediately be processed, give a debit card, give free airfare, and they would be let go. That has changed back to the old days before January of 2021, before Biden came in. Now, everyone that crosses the border gets processed and then deported. Period. So 95 to 97% of the people arrested during Joe Biden's terms were released. That was 12 million in 4 years. And under President Trump, we go back to the immigration law. So everyone that crosses the border will be arrested, processed, then deported, either through a term called voluntary return for Mexican nationals, and anyone else outside, we call them OTMs, other than Mexicans, have to be deported back to their home country. So we're also seeing, and I know Trump's going to go back to the remain in Mexico policy, where he's going to push back OTMs into Mexico and just say, Mexico, you deal with it. It's your problem. You allowed them in. So everything has changed, Brian. And yesterday, after 48 hours, think of this: 48 hours, we went back to pre-Biden arrest levels. So prior
talk about that, and really quickly, because I botched your bio, just so people know who they're listening to and what your expertise is. Just kind of talk about that, but before you do that, just quick synopsis of how long you did this, why you know what you're talking about.
Okay, I know what I'm talking about because I was a Border Patrol agent for 24 years in San Diego sector. I worked the entire California corridor, that means the whole state border, and I worked the whole state border of Arizona multiple times throughout my career. So I'm very versed in this. I was a journeyman agent for first 10 years, then I became a supervisor, and then I worked my way up into senior leadership. When I retired, I was a deputy patrol agent in charge. And what that means is that I was like in the top 25 agents out of 2,500 agents in San Diego. So I have a very unique perspective of being on the ground floor. I was like Brian was in the military. I didn't move up the ranks by being the desk guy. I moved up the ranks by being in the field, running task forces, gaining the experience needed to be I think a very effective senior leader, because I had been there, done it. So when I asked people to do something that was dangerous, was like different and unique, people would look at me and go, look at that guy, he's never done it. And they'd look at me and they go, yeah, he's done it before. He's telling me to do exactly what he did. Okay, I'm doing it, right? And it's important. I left the Border Patrol I retired after 24 years. In my last year, and I think this is very important how God worked. My last year in the Border Patrol was Joe Biden's first year. So I witnessed the genesis of the treason happen. I left. I came back to the border about a year and a half later to begin to research and write my first book, Invaded, which you showed. It's a best-selling book on Amazon multiple times. Very proud of that. And then I went on a journey for about 4 to 5 months, filming in last summer 2 documentaries called What is Treason? One's Trafficked, about all the child sex trafficking, and one is Invaded. So when I'm talking to you, I'm not a talking head, cable news talking head that's never been there. Maybe I just kind of drove down there and looked at it. I lived it. So what I'm telling you is not only how it happened and who did it, but I can tell you currently what is going on the border and why this newfound sovereignty is taking place. And it is only taking place because of one man, and only one man, and that is Donald Trump.
Well, and JJ, you mentioned a good point with the documentary. I was happy to join you guys on the the Brooklyn end, but that's important too. That, and I'm trying to call up the trailer right now while we were talking. That's super important because really, everyone likes to say these catchphrases like every town's a border town. What JJ and your director Ryan
Matta,
Ryan Matta did is they showed you first person, and these guys, man, they literally, like, JJ's working he's going out on his own time on the weekends and flying out to all these, like, Chicago and all these New York and everything, and so is Ryan, and these guys are nonstop, and they're going right in, especially Ryan, man. Like, Ryan, he got to New York in like an hour, and he's like found like 15 black markets, like 10 minutes down the street from where we have a place in Brooklyn. I'm like, holy cow, who is this guy? He's amazing. You guys are both amazing. But all right, I interrupted you, but I just want people to know that, like, JJ and Ryan went all over the country to a town near you. And that's why this is so important, because as me and JJ predicted, every single time when the cities fill up, it spills in the suburbs, and that's where we're at. And in comes Donald Trump. You've got the mic.
And then instantly we went back to pre-level Biden. So what was the pre-arrest level prior to Biden? It was 500 people a day. I want your audience to understand, 500 people a day is like a leaky faucet, just like a drip. You have 2,000 miles on the southern border. You have almost 5,500 miles of the northern border. 500. What was it during pre-Biden? I mean, during Biden's time, the height was over 20,000 a day. 20,000. I can say with complete confidence, conservatively, we were averaging between getaways, meaning people that crossed the border, absconded, and arrested, anywhere from 10 to 15, 17,000 a day. A day. That's conservatively. Like, I'm really, really trying to whittle it down to the most minimum number. Try to understand what I'm telling you. Take the Chiefs Stadium, the Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City Chiefs, 70,000 people. And every single week, that was filled to past capacity and then released into America every week for 4 years. For 4 years, that was happening. That's what we're living through. And when, Brian, you say, this is a great point, every town's a border town. That's absolutely true now. Because when you go to New York City and you see Mayor Adams and see the evolution of that man, from we welcome all the illegals to, oh my God, we can't do this anymore, we're drowning, to I'm just like Tom Homan, get them out of my city. And what's happened is, you had in New York City, you had little facilities called reticketing centers. So New York City was using your money, backstopped by the federal government, to fly illegal aliens to any part of the world they wanted to go to for free. For free. So if you're an illegal alien, and let's say, you know what, I'm from Russia, I want to go back to Russia, it's Christmas time. You can go to the reticketing center and sign a document that you'll never come back to America. Okay, all right, whatever. And they will fly you free to Russia. And then you fly back on your dime, and you come back to the United States of America. Absolutely, Brian. Absolutely, that was happening.
So you basically just promise to never. What was I thinking, man? Remember, I used to joke. I'm like, I'm flying to freaking Juarez. I'm ditching my ID. I'm not even gonna try to do an accent. I'm just gonna come across a Mexican, and that's it. Or actually Venezuelan, or Ukrainian. And so so they come through, they get money, they get a ticket or a bus ticket, whatever, anywhere in the world, and it was Sodexo, right, that was providing those cards.
Yeah, so you get Border Patrol released you to the NGOs. The NGOs would give you all the clothes you needed, food, shelter, and then they would take you wherever you wanted to go. Let's say a lot of them went to New York City, Chicago. So let's say I want to go to New York City. They would fly you from the border for free, all taxpayer, we paid for it. And we would fly them to wherever they wanted to go. When they got to, say, New York City would then put them up in one of the 50 of the hotels. So New York City downtown had, let's say, 500 hotels. I'm just guessing. They had 50% of those hotels were booked just for illegal aliens. So let me give you an example. In the Row Hotel holds 5,000 people. The Row Hotel had 5,000 people a day that were illegal aliens living there. They got free food, 3 square meals a day, free shelter, free cell phones. They got thousands of dollars of preloaded cash cards. Here's one I love. They got free same-day laundry service. Same-day laundry service. How much did it cost the city of New York City to fund one hotel? Not the other 100, 200 they had. One hotel was $1 billion a year.
Holy
$1 billion a year. So, and then if you didn't like it in New York and you were willing to leave, New York City would do a reticketing center, and you would go to that center, sign a document saying you'll never come back to New York City again, and they flew you out of New York City. In fact, Brian, that's how.
But the Christmas trip just blows my mind. So basically, you promise not to come back. You want to go home for Christmas, and then you decide to come back because no one's checking at the border anyways. So
right. So you could fly to Russia, and then you can get a flight back from Russia to Mexico City. And then you go in from Mexico City, you take a bus or you fly into Juarez. Then you cross the border again. You go through it all again, and you tell the people in the NGO, Catholic Charities, Jewish Family Services, whatever, hey, I want to go to New York City. Okay, here's your ticket. And you fly back to New York City. And there you are again. And I'm back in the Row Hotel. No one's checking. How are you going to check? I'm going to give you a different name.
Same-day laundry, man. That's
Same-day laundry. Same-day laundry. I don't have same-day laundry. Why am I washing, folding, and then delivering clothes to illegal aliens? And you're showing the Boston raids last night. Boston is picking up listen, they're picking up murders, rapists, pedophiles, child murderers. And guess what? The mayors of those towns in that state, you can't do that. I'm not going to help you anymore. Mayor Wu. Oh, dear Lord, have mercy. And you mentioned, Brian, you mentioned Mayor Johnston from Denver. Mayor Johnston said, oh no, we're going to fight ICE. We're going to have a brigade of our, oh yeah. And then Tom Homan said, who's now the border czar, said, okay, I will arrest you too, and I will throw you in jail. And then that beta male with his skinny arms, know what he said? Well, I'd like to retract what I said. Oh, I bet you
Pretty
do.
much.
He did.
Yeah, and I'll do a mashup of that when we're not live, because I caught that right away. So Amy Kelly, our producer here, our COO here at Daily Clout, she lives in Denver, and she was like, I mean, she couldn't drive to the hardware store without people kind of harassing her. Oh, that's a really nice car. Why do you get that? I mean, these things were happening, and Amy's not one, as you know. She's all business,
Right.
And she was kind of getting nervous about it, and she was always talking about this mayor in Denver. She's like, oh my God, he's pretty much letting it happen. She wasn't even and don't forget, Aurora's out there too. That's where you had the trade in Nicaragua taking over. You'd mentioned something else too. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. So let's talk about we talked earlier about the rewards and everything. That's fake, right? They're not giving $750 for each tip or whatever.
No, unless there is like a wanted, like, any information on this child rapist, you get whatever. I'm sure that happens, just like the FBI does.
So business as usual in that case.
Business as usual, yeah.
Okay, so what I noticed was in the fact check nonsense, it was like a fact check wannabe, like a NBC or something. They were like trying to spin it as if ICE doesn't want your tips at all.
No, that's not true. Of course they want your tips. They want to know where. Look, the mayors and the governors of these sanctuary cities and states, they're not living next to murderers and rapists and drug dealers. They're living in gated communities with bodyguards. So the people that are living in these communities, they don't want to be raped and murdered. And they're looking at their mayors and they're like, hey, I got a brothel next door to me that they're selling children. I have a meth lab. I have cocaine distributed right next to me. I want them out. And that's what you're going to see. You're going to see and the absolute greatest selection of all the cabinet picks and all the people that Donald Trump chose. He chose Tom Homan to be the border czar. And Tom Homan is a man not to be messed with.
Yeah, he just, he just strikes me as, he reminds me of, we had this Lithuanian commandant at the language school when I went there in 92. And the language school was really pretty soft. I mean, that's, this military intelligence guy's on a campus for 2 years learning languages. I loved it. It was beautiful Monterey. You forget you're in the army. And this Lithuanian guy, so I think his name was Sobocheski. And this dude was hard. And it was like Homan. It reminds me of Homan. He's like, you might be learning a language, but you better learn it well because you've lived when you see the blood red spray of your enemy's breath as you slice his throat. We're like, when I hear Tom Homan speak, I have the same reaction. I'm like, damn, I would not mess with that guy at all. And I like what he said in that first interview. They're like, yeah, but you're going to break up families. So he's like, no, we'll deport them together.
Because that's what we used to do, Brian. So we get a
so
family
that
unit.
was a policy. That's
because here's the thing: if your mother and this is a law. This isn't like a policy. This is and I want your audience to understand too. The Immigration Nationality Act, we call it the INA, is the Bible of immigration law, and I know it frontwards to backwards. It states in there, if you're a U.S. Let's say I'm a mom and dad. I come across the border and I got a 10-year-old son. That's a USC. Like they had birthright citizenship, and Trump's going to get rid of that too, and that has to. And that's a whole nother discussion. But let's just say you have a U.S. citizen kid. If you're a minor and you can't sustain yourself, you can't be in America. You must go back with your parents. So if I had a mother and father that are illegal alien, and I had a 10-year-old son that's a U.S. citizen, you're all going back to wherever the hell you're from. No, there used to be no question. There was no, well, what do I do? I'm talking frontline agents that were in the job for a year and a half, knew exactly what to do. You are from Guatemala. Bye. Here's a bus. You're getting on with this ICE guy. ICE guy is going to fly you to Guatemala. Bye. And they would be gone. They would just be gone. We never released anybody. So when you talk about Tom Homan is going through, and I'm hearing that they have already set up contracts with private prisons to move not thousands, to move millions of people through. Millions.
wow.
You're going to see flights going 24/7 all over the nation, all over the globe, and dropping people off and then coming back. Because you have to remember that in the old days, Brian, of the United States Border Patrol, 95, 97, almost 98% of everyone we arrested were Mexican nationals, or they were from the Northern Triangle, Honduras, Guatemala, etc. 3% were exotics like Koreans, Russians, one of the stands in the Middle East, and then we'd fly them out. Never, never, never would we release them. Now, under Biden, it's flopped. Less than 30% of everyone arrested were Mexican nationals. Everyone else was from over 180 nations out of the 195 nations on planet Earth. So the entire globe has immigrated to America.
Yeah, man. Yeah, now you're seeing what's happening now, right? Let me pop it on the screen. You got your opportunists, and I want to get back to that. Actually, let's go right into that before we get into this. You see this fire in San Diego, your hometown.
Yep.
Popped up last night. These fires don't seem to be naturally started. Maybe they are, but I don't think they are, the way they're popping up all over. And
Right.
California. I used to live out there. And actually, Jeff and Aura, they've
Yes.
been on talking about, they're right in the Palisades. Do you think that has something to do with all these? There's so many of these camps you see under the bridges, and like I said, when I was in Alice Springs, Australia, on an executive protection job one time, which is like being on planet Mars. It's the middle of nowhere, and the Aborigines used to, like, these people out. They're not immigrants, but they used to literally just like get a party going out there in the desert and just set a whole tree on fire rather than just build a proper fire. They would literally set a tree on fire. Dude, I walked out of my hotel, because there was only like one hotel out there, and there's like a chain link fence separating you from that. And I walk out and there's all these trees on fire. I'm like, what's going on here? And Gary, my boss, is like, oh, mate, nah, they just get cold and they don't want to build a fire, so they just set the whole tree on fire. I'm like, so anyways, these fires, isn't that crazy? So these fires going on, what's your take on them? Is there a crossover here with illegal immigration?
Yes, of course there is. There used to be, there was a study that came out years ago, and the two leading causes of forest fires were lightning and illegal aliens doing campfires.
No
that's
kidding.
yes, that's the truth. So when you look at what's happening in California, you have hundreds of thousands of homeless people scattered throughout, and it gets cold. Everyone thinks, it's California, it's beautiful and sunny. No, no, no. At night in those valleys and hills, it is freezing cold. I worked them for 24 years. It is bone chilling cold because you have the Pacific Ocean bringing that wet cold in, and then so they're building fires. Homeless people are using propane. So you're seeing this scattered. Look, Brian, it's been what, 2 weeks since that fire
Wait.
started?
They're using propane. How are they using propane?
They're
I
using
like the little stoves.
Yeah, those little the hot plates. And then you have the
Wait,
propane.
don't tell me, were those stoves donated to them by the NGOs like Catholic charities and all that?
Absolutely, Brian. Look, everything that is happening bad to America is self-inflicted. We are committing suicide. We're not taking the gun and put it to our head. We're actually paying somebody to buy the gun and the ammunition. Then we're actually paying someone to lift our arms up and stick it to our head, and then we're paying someone to pull the trigger. That is what we have done the last 4 years under this Biden administration. And when you go back to the fires, Brian, you're looking at massive DEI people, massive people that are unqualified to do anything. And they're making, did you see the woman was the highest paid government employee?
You got to see.
$750,000.
You got to play my cold open on your show, because I kind of got into it. I did like a 25-minute cold open because I was just in the zone. I even wrote the music. And, but yeah, I had that woman on there before she was even, I saw someone had posted her on TikTok, and I was like, are you freaking kidding me? So what I did is, in the cold open, I have her saying like, well, you gotta, am I strong enough to lift your husband out? Well, he shouldn't have got himself in a position to be stuck in a fire.
Can you believe she said that out loud?
Yeah, it's literally was on their site, like a promotional thing. So what I did with that is I edited it where it bleeds from that into, and I'll play it a little later on, but bleeds from that into all those people in the nursing home being wheeled out, and carried out. And then it goes back to her, but it's one thing to have DEI. It's another thing just to be an asshole.
Yeah.
And that's just like, that is the wrong answer. I mean, she just set her own cause back, 3 decades with that one statement. The whole point is you're supposed to be able to do what their job requires. Just like Hegseth was saying in his hearings for Department of Defense. Like, no one's saying like, hey, you can't do this. They're saying you have to do it at this level.
Yeah, that's it. And because, look, Brian, you know this as well as I do. There are some jobs that women cannot do.
Right.
Are there anomalies? Sure there are. And that's fine. So if you can do 30 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and you can run 1.5 miles in under 10 minutes, and you can carry a 200-pound rucksack, show me that you can carry a soldier, you're in. But I'm not going to bring the standards down to you need to do 1 pull-up, you need to run 1.5 miles in 3 hours. No, and you got to carry, a pillow, a My Pillow, 100 yards to show me that you can carry.
They wouldn't be carrying a My Pillow, I'm sure.
No, I carry a My Pillow because My Pillow.
I carry
is
a My Pillow too.
There you go. So, but that's the craziness we live in, and the fires that are happening in California, they're self-inflicted. They have not cleaned the underbrush for 40 years. 40 years, Brian. And we deserve, and Trump is coming out and he said something yesterday that I thought was very important. He said, I'm really thinking about not giving California money because we can't keep punishing the other 49 states to give California where they will not do, or I'm going to give them money with very, very stringent strings attached, meaning I'm going to give you this money. It has to go to clearing your underbrush. I don't care about your Delta smelt or whatever owl you're trying to protect. People are losing their lives, their livelihood, and everything they own, poof, in a puff of smoke, while your mayor is in Africa. Now, why is the mayor of LA in Africa?
I got you covered.
I know you do. I know you do. And I know it has to do with two things: money and sex. It has to.
I don't know. She seems pretty asexual to me, but that, we'll get back to that, or maybe not. So best I can figure, why was she in Africa? Okay, so I had Philip Patrick on. This is not a segue. Birch Gold is our sponsor, and we actually talked about this in our last episode. Was Ghana, and why was she in Ghana? Well, the U.S. is in Ghana because Ghana is the biggest gold producer in Africa. Okay, and they just kicked out 150 Chinese geologists, and now we're trying to muscle our way in there. However, why was the mayor of LA there?
Yeah, she has no power.
Best I can figure is this. If you go to California's website, and I'll get you the link, the second largest export from California, you're going to love this, is used goods. From California to Ghana is used goods, in particular apparel.
Really?
So what was happening with the illegal invasion? What were you seeing?
They were wearing welcome.
Big mountains. Look at Seneca Scott's reporting. Okay. The guy with the drone and everything. Yeah. Mountains of discarded clothing, mountains of apparel, right? You've seen them too. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
So isn't it interesting how like every good business has multiple streams of revenue?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you got one stream of revenue is the illegal invasion of aliens. You know, a fringe benefit of that for California is filling up their surplus of used apparel. Okay.
Wow.
Used apparel. Now, it gets better. And this is not to be gleeful about, it's quite tragic. On January 2nd, 2 days before Karen Bass got to Ghana, okay, on January 2nd, I think it's called the Katanka market in Ghana, which is their largest used apparel market, like a big swap meet in the country, burnt to the ground. 2 days before she gets there.
There's no coincidences, Brian. You know that.
None. I mean, talk about like if you're going over there to negotiate a higher export price of your used apparel, well, I bet she's in a great bargaining position once they lost their entire supply.
Everything's connected. Isn't it amazing how small the world is? But when you have corruption, incompetence, and then treason all together, and the fourth one I always found interesting, this characteristic is always with these people, is their arrogance. It's their arrogance. And then that four characteristics is combustible. And then you get insane chaos. California's still burning, Brian. It's still on fire,
dude. It's unbelievable. Yeah, we had I'll sing you should have her on sometime if you get a chance. But like, we had Aura Nadrick, and we've had her on our show before. She's great.
Yeah, she is.
And that talk about like using. She's a mindfulness coach, and she's a tough girl.
Yeah.
And I had her on talking about like that actually got her through all this. I mean, they were surrounded by fires, and it was being in the moment and keeping that clear, focused task at hand head, which is what mindfulness is.
Yeah.
Most people are mindful. They don't even know it. And we had a good talk about that, but yeah, you got to love, I don't think you've met Jeff yet, but he's great. Now, this guy's super successful personal injury lawyer. He's super successful because the guy works like 14, 15 hours a day. Okay. And he got his whole business started when he won a settlement from, I think, like Ford Motor Company for like $8,000 or something. And he took that immediately and rolled it into like his first, like probably tiny office and just case after case. And he's smart, and he's super energetic. He's, at least 10 years my senior, but he never stops. He exhausts me. But I love it because I was so worried about them.
Yeah.
So and Aura's upset because she's like, well, Jeff and my son are staying. They don't want to leave. I'm like, well, I kind of don't blame them. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful house. They've, and there's no one protecting it. So Jeff's like, hell with this. I worked hard. I'm going to protect this.
Yep.
And using his Jeffness, which is like literally like this guy can recruit an entire town to a class action suit within minutes. I mean, this guy goes into the barrios and everything, man, and he doesn't care. And but the first thing he texted me, I said, "Jeff, you okay?" And he texts back, "No retreat, no surrender."
That's
And
the
he never
mindset
left.
you have. But
Yeah.
you have to have that mindset, because this is a great example, Brian, that you are on your own. Your government is incompetent. And I know Donald Trump's came in, and I know he's making changes, but there's tens of thousands of bureaucrats in Washington and throughout America that are grossly incompetent, should never be paid even a nickel for an annual salary, that are running your lives, that have direct impact on your well-being. You have to be prepared. You and I have talked about this many times. You have to be emotionally, physically, and mentally prepared for the worst, because no one's coming to help you. No one is going to help you. You
No.
have to take care of yourself and your family.
But they're going to charge you for it.
Yes, they
They're
are.
going to charge you. You know, it's interesting with the illegal immigrants and the illegal aliens. Like, you know, I was looking at Naomi's, you know, one of her tax bills, right? Because she owns a place down there in the city. And I was looking at it, and I said, "What is this?" And it was like some green tax. And I was like, "Green? What?" And then there's other charges on there for like electric vehicle charge, whether you own one or not. Like there's all these, like your tax bill in New York City or in Brooklyn looks just like your hotel bill does, like in any of those cities.
Really?
Like, yeah, it's $99 a night, but then you have the,
Yep.
you know, it's kind of like Les Miserables, like, you know, the Master of the House song where he says, "Charge him for the lice, extra for the mice, 2% for looking in the mirror twice." Like that's literally New York. And so
Yep.
you have all these phantom taxes, and those taxes are those like green tax and all this nonsense. That's all going to pay for the illegals. That's where that's how they're paying for it. And you know, you're talking, you've been to her place. It's beautiful, but it's like not big. And it's super expensive. So you can imagine
Yeah.
what the tax bill is like on that. And so, and then, you know, and then this is what you get for that tax bill right down the street. Okay, let me just, you remember this?
Yeah.
So why don't you describe where we were, or I can.
Go ahead. You
so-
describe it, because it's New York. Welcome to New York City.
JJ and Ryan come into town, and this was what, like, when was it? June 14th. And so this is Williamsburg, Virginia, Williamsburg, Brooklyn, super sought after town, especially by millennials. Well, good for, I said, so, well, good for you. You know, thinking of moving to the much sought after Williamsburg. Good for you. It's got it all: bicycle security and some new neighbors who illegally cross the border, funded with your tax dollars. Behold the Hall FWC Migrant Shelter, 313 Park Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. Now, this is not far from where we live in Brooklyn. Okay. And this is what me and JJ saw. So this is it right here. Just so you know, that's Manhattan. This is right here. All this here is a really nice area. I don't think they can see my mouse, but so let me just play the video. And JJ, this was shocking to me. Like, I'd been down there, but I got there right before like the huge influx came. I was shocked when I saw this.
Military age men. All of them. Continent of Africa and the Middle East. Ghana. Oh, yeah. Put in here. So good. All right, find me a bathroom, would you?
Isn't it?
Try to go in the military.
And do you know what? Hernando Arce went back there for me.
Did
And
he?
oh yeah, he's tremendous. I'll put that video up later on, or I'll put it into the record. But you know Hernando, man. Hernando Arce is the man, and everyone should follow him. I'll put his thing up. But he was out there for LFA TV, and I said, "Hey, can you stream? Because I want to see what's going on out there too." And you know, they were cool with it. And so he streamed, but he walks right through there, dude. Like
Yep.
me and Ryan were like rolling up the windows and like, just keep going, you know.
Let's get the
Not-
footage.
Hernando's like, yeah, F you too. And he's just walking through there and he's just like, yeah, what you looking at? You got something to say? And they're like, F you. And there's like mobs of people. I'm like, I'm live with them. And I'm like, hey man, kind of, maybe time for you to go. Like some people are following you. Like this doesn't look good. And he's like, yeah, we'll figure it out. The guy's up. He's fearless. He's awesome.
Well, you know what's great about what you're saying when you're showing that was in June, and that was a city block that had 3,000 single adult military age men. By the time that we got back home a week later, they had already approved it to go to 6,000. 6,000, and now they're in the works of increasing it to 9,000. Brian,
Even now.
Even now, 9,000 in a city block, and that's in Clinton neighborhood, and they have lost their mind, and they voted 90 plus 99% Biden. They got what they deserved. You voted for it. You asked for it. You just didn't think it was going to come in your beautiful neighborhood. It was okay to be in the slums in Queens or something under the L track or whatever you guys call it. No, it's in your neighborhood. How do you like it? Rapes,
yeah, but
murders.
these people already had it though, like near this place. Like
no, that didn't exist before Biden.
No, I know that, but I'm saying this last time around, what I was going to say is, this just came into being like a couple of years ago, because I remember all the New York Post was covering it, and they were up in an outroar. But these people down in Brooklyn, what happens here is like in Brooklyn, as you can see, it's kind of like a mix of working class. There are a lot of immigrants there, but they're legal immigrants. They're generational. And that's like our neighborhood. It's mainly like, islanders and stuff. And you've been there again. They're like, their grandfather was here. But the people in this neighborhood are like the millennial type of upper middle class. And they were pissed. I can't imagine they voted for Biden this time around. But the problem is the density of Manhattan, voting wise, is so much. And I try to tell people that. I'm like, look, I'm in New York right now. Okay. My neighbor Bernard was just shooting his AR-15 this morning, and he's actually from Haiti originally. Like he's one of the best deer hunters out here. But the point is, like, the rest of the state, like a big portion of the state is red. It's just not as densely populated because the liberal Marxists have taken over like Poughkeepsie, Albany, Hudson, and Manhattan. And so down here, these people suffer at the hands of Manhattan, because you saw what Manhattan did. They put the big camps out in the boroughs. So I cut you off. You were going to say something important.
No. We're looking at, and I want New Yorkers to understand too, all those men that you just saw in times of times thousands, and then those 5,000 live in the Row Hotel, and I would say easily 1 million illegal aliens inside New York City. You understand that they have been cut off, meaning that's why you're seeing Mayor Adams make this flip to be a quasi-conservative on immigration. Because
what do you mean they've been cut off?
The federal government will not pay any more money to all of these NGOs and to the city of New York City and the state of New York to fund illegal immigration. So in December, you had Mayor Adams coming out and saying, giving notices to everyone in the hotels.
That's right.
No more hotels, no more money, no more food. Everything's gone. You have to leave. So when you do that, now we're in January, going into February, freezing cold in January, and you're going to evict thousands, millions of people, hundreds of thousands to 1 million people out into the streets of New York. What are you going to have? Now, you have to understand,
the freaking purge is what you're going to have.
You're going to have the purge, Brian, because 60 to 70% of every illegal alien is a single adult military age man, mainly from the continent of Africa, the Middle East, and Venezuela, Haiti. Good luck. Good luck, New York City. Good luck, Chicago. Good luck, Springfield, Ohio. Good luck, America. This is happening in real time.
But Mayor Adams he's not stopping ICE from going in. I would think,
No, he wants to help. But my point is, Brian, there's no more hotels paying for illegal aliens. There's no more nothing. It's going to be bad because what are they going to do? And you and I talked about this quite a bit, Brian. So you have alpha males. These men are alpha males. They come from war-torn places. If you're a beta, they're going to eat you, literally physically eat you, carve you up and eat you from Haiti. Now, what are they going to do when they see you fat, lazy, impotent American men walking around with your skinny arms? They're going to take everything you have, because that's the only way they can survive. They're not going to even come up and say, give me your stuff. They're just going to say, okay, I'm going to lop his head off. Because, Brian, you know, what is the weapon of choice of third world savages?
The Latin machete.
There you go. Now, can you imagine machete attacks going on? Look, you say the initial response is, well, you're crazy. You just had
Not from
illegal
me.
alien. No, I know you don't, but you just had illegal aliens set someone on fire in your subways. You have people pushing people into subway trains. Your subways are so unsafe that you have the National Guard there with their M4s. You think this is not going to go bad? You're crazy.
It's going to go really bad because it was already so at the other place, which was the Floyd Bennett Field.
Oh gosh.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yeah. So I went out there initially, and what I noticed right away was like it was a lot of money going into. I didn't see a lot of families out there when I went out. That was like Thanksgiving of 2023, I believe. And then when you and I went back out with Ryan, we couldn't see as much, but you could see it was building up. But when Hernando went back out, oh my gosh, he was like interviewing these people as they came out of the gate. And this one girl's going in. He's like, "Hey, what you gonna eat today?" And she's like, "Oh, I got shrimp and all that. I'm gonna make some ceviche." You know. And meanwhile, down the street, that footage I shot around Thanksgiving, they were having a problem because the illegals would come out of Floyd Bennett Field, would get in line at like 3 a.m. for the free turkeys for that mostly black neighborhood that the church was giving out. And the illegals took all the turkeys. So these people who are depending on that bird, I mean, that bird is going to last them all week, just like it does with anyone who's doing it right with turkey. But they depend on that. And it was so sad because like I'm filming this. This is at the lower end of Flatbush Avenue heading south. And I'm like, these neighborhoods around this area are so poor. Yet these people right down the street are not only getting enough money to go buy ingredients for ceviche and getting their credit card, but then they're going into these poor neighborhoods and robbing them.
Yep. But we allowed it, Brian. We allowed it because the government is us, and we allowed it. I think we stood up and said Donald Trump is now our leader, and everything is changing, and it's changing rapidly. And Donald Trump is doing a 360 coverage, meaning he's going down into the weeds and he's finding where are these loopholes in immigration, where are these loopholes in our financial world, where are the loopholes in these wars, and he's closing them. And he's doing it. But the one thing that I'm still waiting for, and I'm curious, is he going to do it? Is we have people that have committed treason against our nation, enriched themselves by millions of dollars, but they sold America out because they wanted to fundamentally transform America. When are they going to be arrested? When is that?
Well, I know there's noise around the Pentagon. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, but I did hear a rumor over the weekend about, this past week, that there's some activity going on with Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. And then in the same vein, I was just checking the, DOD sites and everything, calling some of my contacts. It's sketchy, but there's some sort of thing about to happen. I think it's terrorists that are already there, but there is a roundup that seems to be happening in the Pentagon right now. And keep in mind too, this is actually pretty smart of Trump if they're thinking of it. Unless they change AR 670-1, which is the Army's uniform standards, unless they change that to allow men to wear dresses and women to wear men's clothing, all those people who wore, now that, in crazy world now, we had to actually have the president say there's two genders, but good. That aside, all those people that were cross-dressing in the military have technically been in violation at the federal level for all this time. Repeat offenses. So what I'm saying is, and by the way, if you're a general, you're not affected as much because you write the regulations.
Right.
But all those people have been in violation of, UCMJ. They could face UCMJ action for violating the standards again and again, and having that failure to repair, as they call it. So, people in the military, they're all like all these people that played these little DEI games and these cross-dressing games in uniform. They're all subject to UCMJ action now.
But do you know how many there were, Brian? Did you know the number? Have you heard? They've identified 15,000 of those transgender individuals in our military. Brian, that's a national security issue. That is
That's
a straight
huge.
up. But he stopped it. You know what I did see? I saw Catherine Heritage. Is her name Heritage? Catherine.
Yes,
Heritage?
that's the one I was talking about. Yeah,
Yeah,
down
she
there.
was in Guantanamo. What was she doing in Guantanamo?
That's what I can't figure out. I'll put it up in a
Do
bit.
you think that Donald Trump is going to make arrest and then move those people to Guantanamo? This is treason. Look what Fauci did. There's a new movie.
I think for civilians, he'd have to declare a state of war. He can. I don't know if you can. Well, you can do anything you want these days, it seems. But I don't know if he can, grandfather that back to 2021 and say we've been at war.
Yeah,
this whole time.
We have been attacked.
Then you can put civilians on, I think, on trial with the military. But even so, with 15,000, that could just be for the military alone, and that's maybe where they're going to hold court martials.
What do you think? Do you think that he is going to go arrest the enemies of America, or do you think he's going to let them walk? Fauci, Milley, Clinton, Biden's family, all the people that allowed Mayorkas, that allowed 30 million people to come into America. That's treason, Brian.
Well, I did notice. I don't think Mayorkas got a pardon.
No, he did not. Neither did Joe Biden. Didn't give himself a pardon.
Yeah, so there could be. I mean, look, here's the thing. It's like that's what we want, but of course, I also know when you're running, a business venture like the United States with all the moving parts attached to each other and the trickle-down effect of everything you do at his level, I do know that certain decisions need to be made that might not be popular with the public, but will cost us less hardship on another end. So, for instance, this is really, have you ever seen The Distinguished Gentleman with Eddie Murphy?
Yep.
Okay, so everyone wants the cancer cluster power grid shut down because kids are getting cancer, right? But if he does that, then all those people lose their jobs. Okay, and then they starve to death. And so, I trust that he's going to make the best business decision for America, even though we may not understand it. The good thing is I trust that he will explain it.
I hope so.
It might not be what the masses want, but
Right.
what the masses want isn't always what the country necessarily needs the most.
I'm at the point though. I'm looking at I know he has gone through this in his mind. In 2016, he made a terrible tactical error when he didn't throw Hillary Clinton in jail or arrest her because they saw that as a sign of weakness and they attacked him like sharks. If he does that again and doesn't bring people accountable, he's in trouble, I think. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. But I am what he has done in 72 hours is no one in the Republican Party could ever do what he's done. Couldn't. He is a one-man show, which makes me even more a little apprehensive about him because the left knows that it's a one-man show as well. So why not go and take him out? Try to assassinate him.
Well, I think what I'm watching him do this time is he's going pure business on this deal. Like last time, I think he tried to do a hybrid business politics type thing.
Yeah.
And now he's going full on business. So him going down North Carolina, him going down to ICE, him going down to all these places. That's the same thing, you'd watch in like an M&A firm when I used to do like intel for those guys. They would send a team down to inspect everything as they acquired it. And okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. So that's like inspecting all the production lines. Okay. Then he's also putting the best people in and he doesn't care. And he's saying, he doesn't care if it's popular. He knows what needs to work. He doesn't care if people don't like it, if their feelings are hurt. This needs to happen. And that's how he's running it. He's moving forward like a business. Okay. So, will that continue? Yeah. And on the point of your, the one-man show, well, he's doing his best to do what they call in business, make second teams. Okay. So a second team, it's kind of like when the Brits would line up, fight. The guy in front of you falls, you just step up and take his place. That's a second team. Every good business has second teams. Okay. And you probably had something similar in Border Patrol. So by having a strong VP like JD Vance, that's like a second team. Second team's never as good as the original.
Right.
But it can step up and do the job. And if you notice, what he's doing is all the people he's assigning all have deputies that are great second teams, and those people are more results oriented. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, and also I think he expects that they're obviously going to try to assassinate him again. And he's probably expecting, like, I might not make it the first 100 days. Right. That's why right away, someone asked me, like, why is he doing everything so fast? I'm like, he might have 24 hours. He might have a week. He might have a month. He might have 4 years. He doesn't know. They've taken 2 shots at him.
Yep.
So, he wants to get as much done as possible. And I would say on that note too, and I meant to say this to my viewers, and when right now is not like victory time. Like right now, we've literally we've forced the majority of the enemies back outside the gates, but they're still like banging on them and everything. And so I would tell everyone, and we're doing this right now, like all the things you were doing, parallel economies, with arming yourselves, teaching yourself self-defense, getting healthy. Maha is not just about like looking good. It's about being strong, because we are invaded, per JJ's book. We are invaded right now. And I would tell everyone, like, this is a reprieve, because it could fall at any time.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
No, I think it's great, Brian. You're absolutely right, because you're looking at what has happened in the last 3 days. This could go on for 4 years, 12 years, who knows? But it could fall apart within seconds, because you're right. We push the enemy outside. They're not going to go home, Brian. They're not going to just say, oh, okay, well, Trump won. Let's take our stuff and go home. They were within an inch of running a quarterback sneak into the goal line and winning the Super Bowl. An inch. They're not going, they just got pushed back to about the 20-yard line. They're not going to stop. They're going to go, you know what? We've been to the inch line before. Let's get back to that inch line. How do we do it? And they're going to get back there unless Trump can stay on the absolute offensive the whole time. And that's what he is. I don't think he knows how to play defense. I think he only knows how to play offense. And when you're saying the second team, I'm trying to state that, yes, he's put incredible picks into positions of authority and allow him to go. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, on and on and on. I'm just saying that he is a force onto his own. There is no Republican waiting. I can go through the whole org chart of the GOP. There's no one that can even carry that man's suit jacket around. He's that powerful, that he is that larger than life. He's that has that much charisma and power and strength and stamina. No one else can match it. And his experience. Because what you witnessed, and I saw this, and I would like to hear what you think. When I saw him come out and get sworn in, we had a huge Trump party at my house for Inauguration Day. I looked at my friend, I said, he looks different, doesn't he? He looked different. You know what he looked like? I told my friend, you know what he kind of reminds me of? He reminds me of a boss that has all of his pieces in place in his business, and his business is about to explode and be highly successful because he's already done the job, and now he's going to sit back and manage it. And that's the kind of feeling that I got from him. And he is not a alpha in the world. He is the alpha. He is the lion of the world. And everyone feels it, Brian. Everyone, even the left, can feel it.
Well, and even overseas, they're feeling like, you know, the Zelensky thing I was playing before you came on. Yeah, I was laughing because like when you read the fine print, they're like, well, Poland's like, okay, yeah, no, yeah, I'm gonna be busy that night, you know, and you know, France is like, yeah, I know Zelensky. We said, you know, take out to breakfast this morning, but I got this thing, you know, I gotta, you know, it's kind of like that, and but you're feeling it that way, but you're also feeling it with, you know, just the way like everyone's, you know, because like a lot of the European leaders, like, no, we've got to take care of ourselves because that's what we do, right? Did think Donald Trump heard me? Like, you know, that's how they're all acting.
Yeah.
And Naomi said something interesting too when she you know, she got to the city the other day. She said, you know, the illegals like are acting so different now. Like she said, not in a dangerous way. She said before they were rude, really aggressive, in your face, and she said now they're acting almost like, you know, like different to the people around them. Like they don't want to like
Yep.
attract attention.
Yeah.
You know, and she said it's a lot different because like she had 3 cabs that didn't have their permits up, and she's like, well, where's your license? Where's your permit? You need to display that. And normally in the past they'd yell, especially the, you know, these, not to pick on West Africans, but typically the people from West Africa would yell, especially at a woman, and say, oh, just, you know, it's not, you know, be really rude. And now they're like, oh, and then the guy who signals the taxis at the train station and stuff, normally they'd be like, just take this one or you don't get it. Like, because they're immigrants too.
Right.
But now that she's like, and then that guy is kind of like, oh yeah, you need to have your permit. What are you doing? You know, so that's a change. But yeah, you are seeing it all over the world. And look, on the note of like only one Donald, yeah, there's only one Donald Trump, but I think what's happening, it's happening to me too. Like, you know, I'll get to the point where like this morning, like I was really tired and I'm like, damn, it's 9:30. I don't know if I could do 9:30. Because I got sucked into watching Harry Sisson on freaking TikTok last night. Like, and I'm like, this guy's such a jerk. Like, I can't believe, like, I hope he has some good security. But like TikToks, I was just trying to get some clips and it's weird. It does suck you in. And I was like, 1 a.m, I'm like, I got to go to bed. And so, and something with the colors and everything, like you feel like the world is in TikTok. It's weird, man. But anyways, but like in my head, I was like, you know, Donald Trump's probably been up for like 4 fucking hours, but
Yes,
4
he
freaking
has.
hours by now. So, I better get up. And so I think, you know, it's upon all of us, and you and I, we know how we're raising men. We got no problems, but, like all people need to be bringing that American work ethic, not like just for the guy you vote for, but into your kids.
Yep.
Like, and having that tough love of like, figure it out.
Yes.
You can't do it. Figure it. Don't whine to me. Figure it out, because that's called grit, and that's what he has. And you know, there's other Donald Trumps, just not other Donald Trumps that have ever been in the White House.
Right.
Okay, and so you know, now's our chance to really. We're talking about like reinforcing, you know, the inside the gates while the enemy are outside. Part of that reinforcement, in my opinion, is making the next generation to have equal levels of grit, determination, creativity, and ingenuity that is the American spirit.
I agree. And I think what's something you just mentioned, I think is important, is you and I are very patriotic. We're very work driven, but I work nonstop. He infuses this feeling of, you want to be in my world, you want to be a partner, then you need to pick your game up. And I even felt that. And I'm like, wow, I haven't felt that from like a coach in football for like years. And it's like, hey, you want to be on my team? Well, this is the stamina needed. You better start getting in the game. And I'm like, whoa, okay, I'm in, coach. I'm ready to go. Right.
Ready to go, man. Yeah.
So, I love Donald Trump. I think he's great. I think
great.
he's Jesus Christ? No, but I do believe he's been touched. I do believe that God
I agree.
has selected him.
Agree.
I do. And people go, oh, they scoff at that. And I go, wait a minute. Have you ever read the Bible? Have you ever seen the people that God chose to be the man to not only speak his word, but lead his people, they're flawed. They make Donald Trump look like Mother Teresa. And then so when you say, well, Donald Trump, well, he's this and he's that. No, he picked a flawed man. We're all flawed, but he picked a man that will drive home what he needs. And we need a complete cleansing of our nation. When he said there's two genders, male and female, we were shocked, happy, enthralled. And then one of my friends looked at me and said, can you believe that we're in this world today that actually makes noise, that actually needs to be said out loud? That's how far we've come. And I go, yep, that's how far we have fallen, how far we have to come. So,
it's unbelievable.
It is. But
well, JJ, I need to probably call my wife back, so I'm going to
Yep.
run the rest of the Zelensky video. What do you want people to know on your way out, and where do they find you?
you find me at jjcarroll.com, or you can follow me on jjcarroll14 on X. Appreciate you having me on. I love talking to you, Brian.
I appreciate you coming on, man.
perspectives. All right, anytime, brother. And I'll have you
we
on
got to
my
get our
for
show
sure.
rolling again.
All right,
wait.
man. Tell Naomi I said hi.
I will do. And JJ, thanks for coming on. And just so everyone knows, before JJ hops off, there is his X. Make sure you follow him right away. Okay. And you can find all his links right there, and support him by buying the things he's producing, because they will teach you, they will instruct you, they'll probably save your life. One thing I like about JJ, he never asks for money. He just says, hey, this supports me by, purchasing this documentary that I put my own money into. That is well worth it. It's incredible stuff. So please follow JJ, and JJ, thank you so much. And we'll have, anytime you want me on. I had a great time on your show last time.
Absolutely. All right, Brian. Have a great one,
All right,
man. Thank you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
All
Best to the family. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so I need to make some. I didn't need to actually call my wife back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this rolling, but I'm going to put the rest of the Zelensky video back on. But definitely check out JJ's stuff. It is, and put that back up. He's done really great work. I'm very, very impressed with him. I didn't even know him. I met some guy in a diner when I was visiting my mother-in-law, and so we start talking, because you're sitting at the diner, and it's like, this guy could tell he wanted to talk to someone. He's talking to the waitress, he's talking to anyone. He looked like a business guy, and so we start BSing about pickup trucks or something, and he heard what I did. He's like, oh yeah, you should meet my friend JJ Carroll. I grew up with him. And as it turns out, JJ's happened to know this guy since they were kids, little kids. And that's how I got hooked up with JJ. First time we talked, it was 3-hour conversation. Then we started Unrestricted Invasion on Daily Clout. And you can still find those episodes under Investigate Everything. We just migrated them over there. But you could still find those episodes. So make sure you do go to Rumble and check it out. And make sure you follow me over there too. So I'm not going to end the stream, but I'm going to play the rest of that Zelensky video, because we got a lot more to talk about. So let's take a little break. And before we do, I'd mentioned Birch Gold earlier. Do go to Birch Gold. And I had Philip Patrick on. He's the precious metals specialist over at Birch Gold. I had him on a few just last week. We were talking about Ghana and Ghana gold. I'll put that episode up, but you're going to want to watch it, because these guys know gold. Yes, this is where you should put your money, in my opinion. But Naomi and I trust all of our stuff with them. We are diversified, of course, but I was able to take those old 401ks I had from my corporate jobs and everything, and I was able to kind of liquidate them and then move the majority into gold through Birch Gold. And then they even helped me kind of diversify that up, because when I asked Philip Patrick that, how do people don't want to move everything into gold? He's like, well, we actually encourage diversification. But I was just so glad I've been reading these info kits and everything that I got, because I was able to talk real smartly about Ghana, with Philip Patrick, and that was kind of cool. But it really helps you connect the dots, because underneath everything is economics, and underneath all economics is precious metals. And that's why gold continues to go up. If you look at gold, it went up like 33%, I think, since like between 2023 and 2024. I think it was like 1,700 an ounce to 2,700 an ounce. I don't know what it's at today, but I really wish I got into gold like, back in the day because it was low. But yeah, so what you want to do is go text the word Daily Clout, okay, to 989898. You're going to get your free info kit. They'll know I sent you. And, for my normal viewers, like I said last time, and I did tell Philip Patrick this, pump them for information. I guarantee that you'll run out of questions before they run out of information. But it is just a delightful call. Everyone, I call over there like once a week to, because if if I am sharing this with you, I want to make sure they're awesome, and they are. But God, everyone over there is like macro, micro, and history buff geniuses. Like they know so much about they really, really love their job, and they really know gold, and they know the world economy and the history that goes with it. So again, for you investigators out there, if you investigate why you should move into gold and you don't, then you're just, I don't know, punishing yourself or something. But the info's there. They'll walk you through it, and they won't spam you either. That's what I like. I also sign up for their newsletter. You don't even have to be a client to sign up for their newsletter, but that's one you want in your inbox. Most newsletters pretty much suck, but not this one. Like, their newsletter has like the top 10 headlines. I actually, between that and Citizens Free Press, Birch Gold's newsletter is what I read every morning because it's really interesting stuff. And you're like, oh yeah, I could see the gold angle there. Very interesting, non-promotional. It's like news. So I definitely recommend that, but do text Daily Clout to 989898. Get your free info kit. You're going to talk to one of the specialists if you want. If you don't want to, they'll just send you the info kit. But you'll be glad you made that text. So, and we're proud to have them as a sponsor. We trust them with our stuff implicitly. As you can tell, I'm speaking just, from my experience. I, don't have any talking points on Birch Gold. That's why I interview them. I'm just really impressed with them. So you will be too. And it's now be a good time to buy it because you got to go back and watch the episodes. I don't want to mash it up and mess up what Philip was saying, but when the dollar's strong, gold will tend to flatline, but gold's always like this. But here's the thing. When that's only going to be for so long. Now, the good news about that is when the dollar's weak or like America's so uncertain, gold was skyrocketing. Okay. When people have a little more confidence, gold tends to flatline. It still goes up, but it tends to go a little lower. But that's the time, obviously, you want to buy because if you look at the charts, it's always gone up. And so I see with Trump and some of the stability he's caused across the markets, which is good, that's the perfect time to buy. You don't want to buy when things are spiking. Perfect time to buy because, trust me, it's going to be hard to get. I mean, the cyclic nature of politics. Like I fear the midterms. I fear the 4 years after Trump because we don't know what's going to happen. So that's going to be so uncertain because Trump is so strong. It's going to be hard to, get someone as good. I think a lot of people will be thinking that. And so what's going to happen? Probably, I'm guessing 2028, I guess. You're going to see a lot of uncertainty in the markets and you're going to see gold skyrocket. They're already predicting like 3,000 if it hasn't hit it already, which is huge. So get in now, text Daily Clout to 989898. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave you with some Zelensky in the meantime, and I will get right back to you. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it streaming, keep your comments coming. Oh, and if you want, just go ahead and share this live stream out, and we'll have more topics. And if you do have a topic you want me to cover, go ahead and hop in. If you go to, do me a favor, go to, even if you're watching this on X, please go over to Rumble and follow the show. that helps me, kind of gets it out to more people. It's free. But, go over to Rumble. I got the ticker right there below, and, follow the show. So, and then, send me comments on Rumble or X, either one. But on X, you got to send them to the show because I'm not going to see them. That's why it's just easier if you go to Rumble. I think their chat kind of works better with the stream. And I don't like bouncing between social media. So if you are on X and I see it, I will try to pull your comment. I did see someone had a comment asked me a question about, a sick relative out in the fires. I will get back to you, but let me just call a couple people back. I'm not going anywhere. I just need to shut off my camera, but I need to keep that Zelensky thing playing. And I know you guys will have a lot of questions about it. And I will say hello to all my regular viewers here in just a second. So, but again, don't forget to get your Birch Gold, and that is Daily Clout 2 989898. And don't go anywhere. I'm going to leave you here with your favorite Zelensky. All right. And I'll put this URL up too for those people that missed the beginning. I'm not trying to intentionally infuriate you with this, but I think it's important to see what he's asking for, what that means. And this will play into a story we're going to talk about a little later on. Okay, so let me get this up here. All right, and here we go.
We have already set up models of cooperation for Ukraine's defense that can make all of Europe stronger. We are building drones together, including some totally unique ones that no one else in the world has. And we are producing artillery together and in Ukraine, and it's much cheaper and faster than in any other country in the world. And investing now in Ukrainian drones production is investing not only in security of Europe, but the ability of Europe to be a security guarantor for other vital regions. And we need to start building air defense systems together, ones that can actually handle all types of cruise and ballistic missiles. Europe needs its own version of the Iron Dome, something that can deal with any kind of threat. We can't rely on goodwill from a few capitals when it comes to Europe's security, and whether it's Washington, Berlin, Paris, London, Rome, or after Putin kicks the bucket, some imaginary Democrat in Moscow someday. And we need to make sure no European country is dependent on a single energy supply, especially not Russia. Right now, things are on our side. President Trump is going to export more energy. But Europe needs to step up and do more long-term work to secure real energy independence. You can't keep buying gas from Moscow while also expecting security guarantees, help, and backup from the Americans. That's just wrong. For example, the Prime Minister of Slovakia is not seeking access to the US gas, but does not lose hope to enjoy US security umbrella. And Europe must have a seat at the table when deals about war and peace are made. And I'm not just talking about Ukraine here. This should be the standard. Europe deserves to be more than just a bystander. With its leaders reduced to posting on X after an agreement has already been made. Europe needs to shape the terms of those deals. Next, we need a completely new, bolder approach to tech companies and technological development. If we waste time, Europe will lose this century. And now Europe is falling behind in the development of artificial intelligence. Already, TikTok's algorithms are more powerful than some governments. Already, the fate of small countries depends more on the owners of tech companies than on their laws. Already, Europe is not leading in the global tech race, falling behind both America and China. This isn't some minor issue. It's about weakness, first technological and economic, then political. And Europe is often more focused on regulation than on freedom, but when smart regulation is needed, Brussels hesitates. We should ensure maximum tech development in Europe and together make all significant decisions for the whole Europe. From weapons production to tech development, Europe must lead. And Europe must become the most attractive market in the world. And that's achievable. And finally, Europe must be able to guarantee peace and security for everybody, for itself, and for others, for those in the world who matter to Europe. Europe deserves to be strong, and for this, Europe needs the EU and NATO. Is this possible without Ukraine and without a just end to Russia's war against Ukraine? I'm certain the answer is no. Only real security guarantees for us will serve as real security guarantees for everyone in Europe. And we must ensure that America also sees us as essential. For that to happen, America's focus must shift to Europe so that one day in Washington, they will say, all eyes on Europe. And not because of war, but because of the opportunities in Europe. Europe needs to know how to defend itself. Hundreds of millions of people with Europe to see its landmarks, to learn from its cultural heritage. Millions in the world dream of living like the Europeans do. And will we be able to keep it and pass it to our children? If we in Europe can answer positively, America will need Europe as well as other global players. Europe must shape history for itself and its allies to remain not just relevant, but alive and great. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Will you speak in English or in Ukrainian?
Oh, if I can Ukrainian, if I can use Ukrainian, it's good.
Your English is also becoming so good, huh?
But my Ukrainian is better.
My Norwegian too.
If you want to hear how it sounds.
We're all in your hands.
Thank you so much. Yes.
So I'm asking the question. So there is a headset. So give people time to take it on because they shouldn't miss any of the nuances in your answers.
Thank you so much. How many questions you have?
Depends on how long your answers are. We have a backup.
You have only one question?
Oh, no. I have a few.
Okay.
You know, the war has almost gone on for 3 years now. And, you know, it's incredible how you are holding up. But, of course, the pressure has also increased, as you said, from Russia and their allies. I think we're all also wondering how your latest military strategy is, and also how the current state of hostilities are. You last summer decided to do the incursion of Kursk, the first time since the Second World War another country have taken a piece of Russia, but at the same time we know that Russia is pushing very hard in Donbass. So what is the current state of hostilities, and what is this part of the strategy that you can share with us here today?
That's really not simple question.
No.
If I'll answer with all the details, maybe it will be only one question. It's really, but okay. Дякую за
Thank you. Thank you for this question. First and foremost, I'd like to say that we are still in the Kursk region and our military is there. The Russian Federation lacked forces to push us out of there. Today they have more than 60,000 troops there, the Russian military, on that particular axis. Apart from that, there have been 12,000 North Koreans, 4,000 of whom have died. And that was Putin's strategy to drag one more country into war. I'll be frank, I did not. He signed something with Iran, and we did not, for the moment, find anything prescribed in there that can drag Iran into war. But at the same time, I sincerely believe that Iran has been dragged into this war since they've started to hit our infrastructure, our hospitals, schools, with their long-range drones. And they have also issued licenses to produce those drones in the territory of Russia. So I'm very grateful to our military that they are on the Kursk axis and that they have dragged some of Russian forces from the east to that axis. And also Russia wanted to occupy the city of Kharkiv. And that region is at the moment under our control. The people are living there. It was very dangerous, the occupation of Kharkiv, because now approximately 1.5 million people live there. That is a lot of people, and they are shelling it. And the people there, when you look at them, it's just admiration, because they work there under shellings. You know, they are working. They do not leave their city. They are very patriotic, very strong. We're very grateful to them. So the Kharkiv operation failed, Putin's operation. We managed to stop them. Then he wanted to occupy territories in the north again. He started the invasion from the north, invasion to Kiev, almost 3 years ago, as you have mentioned. And here he wanted to start with the north again and to capture a big city of Sumy. And then we were forced to deliver a preventive blow on the Kursk axis, and we have created a buffer zone between the Russian forces and our city of Sumy. And that is why now Sumy is under our control. In the north, there are no Russian and North Korean troops. They are all pulled to that magnet to our military on the Kursk axis. In the east, we have a difficult situation. There is the biggest quantity of Russian forces, maybe the most well-trained. They are on the east. They are pushing on a daily basis. You know that we had a big problem with at first was the delay in the Congress voting for the support, then the supply was low on, and even the last year supplies, they are still on the go, I'll be frank with you. Yes, our guys are fighting, yes, everything is very uneasy there. On the other axes, the Russians have failed. What is the strategy? What is the strategy?
Yes. From here.
The strategy is that we must approach any sort of diplomacy that will lead, and I'm sure of that, to the end of the war. The issue is what this diplomacy will look like. If it is strong, and after this diplomacy and the negotiations, Ukraine has strong security guarantees that will prevent Putin from coming back with war again, then it will be a lasting, just, strong peace for Ukraine, for Europe, as I have said it, and to be honest, for America as well, for the whole world. But if the security guarantees are weak, if there is uncertainty and only words, then you will get from Russia also only words, and they will again come back with war.
Mr. President, in your speech, you were underlining that Ukraine is also playing a role as a kind of a bulwark against Russia for the rest of Europe, and especially in some former East European countries, there is, of course, a lot of concerns for the future, taken into account what has unfolded in Ukraine. And you argued that for Europe, this should be the first priority. Then you said, for America, of course, they have a transatlantic ocean between themselves and Russia. But at the same time, we know, and you know, that American support is also needed, since they have half of the military capabilities of the world, so still a superpower. And I think we're all reflecting now on what will happen in Washington, D.C. In the coming weeks. You met Trump many times. It seems that you've established also a relatively good personal chemistry. But what do you think will happen in the coming year? Is there, because every war has to end, so now we're talking about the premises for deal. It has to be also future security for Ukraine and no new wars. So, a question, you think you are in a manageable situation now in the coming months, also with the new Trump administration?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for the question. First and foremost, I would very much want that everybody understands where we and Russia have been in 2022, where we and Russia and America and Europe are now. It seems to me that this technical data is important to understand how and which support, how and what it influences, and what are the risks for everybody else. If we recall the full-scale invasion by Russian Federation in 2022, then we absolutely know that the Russian military contingent constituted around 200,000 personnel. They have come from the north with this contingent, with missiles, from the south, from the east, yes, but they had around estimation 200,000 plus the separatists that have and unfortunately still now control parts of the east. I mean regions Donetsk and Luhansk, the parts of these regions that they control. It was very difficult for us without anybody's help, and I am very much grateful that America and Europe have then stepped in. But you must know that as of now, 600,000, and to be precise, 100,000 Russian military troops are on the territory of Ukraine. So that is 3 times multiplied than the contingent that invaded us in the beginning of 2022. So if somebody says that there is enough of aid, please compare what was back then and what is going on now. Back then, the America's aid was around 90%. Now, what our military has on the battlefield is 40% of Ukrainian-made supplies, 40% of the US, and around, so a bit more than 1/3 of the US, and a bit less than the US is Europe, and around 40% is Ukraine. So that is what we have now, and that is a huge difference. And when somebody is saying, how are you holding on? We hold on because of the serious increase of domestic production and increase in production in Europe, and also increase in production in the United States of America. But that is not sufficient, because We have multiplied our increases. Europe did not follow such tempo, and I have underscored it in the speech. So it is very important to understand where we are, how to hold on without aid, and what Putin will do. Now look what he can do if there are no clear, strong security guarantees. He increased his production by multiple times as well. And I have given this example. He has more than 30 factories in military sector. Europe has 45, but he is producing almost 2 times more than Europe. So you understand that he is investing everything. He's investing everything into it. But Europe is not investing sufficiently. And that is also a fact. Despite the fact that Europe has more technological capabilities, that is not taken into account the United States. And when you don't have the strong security guarantees and the volumes of the aid decrease, we will be forced to count only on ourselves and Europe, and that is not enough. That is not enough. It's needed that Europe and US be in alliance. If he, Putin, increased his military grouping to more than 600,000 troops, how do you think, if there are no strong security guarantees, no NATO, no military contingent deployed, no long-range weaponry, no weapons on the territory of Ukraine, how do you think, if Putin comes back, he will definitely come back with the army 10 times more than the grouping he had in the very beginning of 2022, because it is already almost 4.5 times more than it was. And when he comes back with this grouping, why will he come back? For the full occupation of the countries that are former republics of the USSR, that is number one, and then he will do what he has done with our Crimea. He will be coming to other EU and NATO countries to stand there, to do these or certain, to issue these or those ultimatums, to make demands to the countries. Somebody will have to leave NATO, our Baltic friends, Finland, Sweden. He will be bringing us and you, everybody, to the world that lives in his head. This is what will be happening in case there are no strong security guarantees. One of the important questions that Putin will pose, and we will all see it, is to decrease the numbers of Ukrainian military by many times. You will all see that, because this is absolutely understandable. If we manage to make army 800,000 troops plus, it's understandable that we plus Europe, we are an army that is capable not only to withstand and to defend our borders. That is the army that is capable of repelling Putin. And he understands that. And the fastest way is to push the United States that Ukraine is on the US, that Ukraine is not in NATO, and to push all the other allies that they push Ukraine, for Ukraine to decrease the army. This is what will happen. This is what he wants. I mean, this will not happen. We will not allow him to do that, but he will try to do that. And it seems to me the main strategy now with President Trump is that we really have good relations with him. But we nowadays have pragmatic times, and for us it is very important that excessive voices that are sometimes around President Trump delivering disinformation or pro-Russian messages, for us it is very important that Europe is loud, so that there are more voices around Trump, so that he clearly understands the details and the risks that can be in the future, and very fast. Trump, he told me, and he later publicly stated it, he will be doing everything to end the war this year. And I told him that we are your partner. We have this war in our territory. We know all the painful points. We understand how painful it is for us. We have lost our people. That is the biggest loss for us. We want to end the war this year. But not only with the word rapidly, but justly, first and foremost, in a reliable manner, for Ukrainians to come back home, to live in security, to work. And it seems to me that this is the most important thing. At least we'll be doing everything for it.
Mr. President, I just don't think there is a lot more to add. I
So
felt
it was not interesting, you see?
I was coming to that in the next sentence. I felt that the last piece was historic. I think you sent a historic reminder to all of us what is at stake. And I was thinking about what Winston Churchill once said, that the farther backward you can look, the farther forward we're likely to see. And I think if you have seen something in the past, you have a special responsibility for not repeating it in the future. And I think you feel here that there is a lot of support for you and your country in Davos. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Okay, well that was entertaining. So, yeah, I don't know I'll give my thoughts on that a little later. I'm gonna end the stream here pretty soon and be back with you at probably 3 p.m. But before I do so, let me just give you my thoughts on that. Zelensky's desperate, clearly, okay, and he is practically begging for money at this point. Now, again, I said it earlier, like, he really needs to get some diplomacy lessons, because this guy is sitting there and he's like, oh, you need to do this, and you need to budget this, and you need to budget this. And he's, he he can't even manage his own military. Okay. And what do I mean by that? Well, I'll tell you what I mean. First of all, here's the headline I was going to talk about. Actually, I'm gonna save that because I'll go too long on that. But basically, his one of their chief military psychologists or psychiatrists just got arrested or detained by the SBU. That is their kind of like their DIA, if you will, who are also known to be very corrupt. But basically, one of the chief psychologists for the military was taking money from families in Ukraine so their sons and sons could get out of going to war. Look, I'm all for it. Like, if I was over there, I'd be doing anything I could to get the hell out of not going to that meat grinder. Not for that guy. But here's the thing: is that same psychologist was arrested in 2017 for corruption for the same thing, and he kept him in place. So what's happening is he's saying all these numbers, right? But he can't even keep his army filled because, unfortunately, and God rest their souls, most of them are dead. And the fighting age males that remain, they're not sticking around for this. They can see the writing on the wall. They've seen it since the beginning. Don't forget that he had press gangs 2 years ago, rolling people up off the street. If you go through my my Twitter feed, you could see, if you just type this in, you can find all my Ukraine coverage. But there's one where he's like, look at all these brave patriots, fighting for Ukraine. And if you look closely at the picture, let me pull that up. If you look closely at the picture, it looks like those people are not happy to be there. As a matter of fact, it looks like they're in a concentration camp. That turned out to be one of those press gang camps, or basically, for those of you that don't know what a press gang is, they roll up in a van and grab you off the street. There's reports, and you got to go to Rumble for a lot of this stuff. You won't find this on YouTube, but because it's censored. But if you see them, they will basically, they'll see you walking down the street. You know, you're there and you're listening to your iPhone, listening to some music, then a bunch of dudes pull up in a van and throw you in it, you know? And so the thing is, like, he wants all this other stuff, but at the same time, it's like, good God, man. I mean, we spent more on Ukraine than we did in Afghanistan, I think, at this point. And he just wants more and more and more. Okay. So we're beyond like supplying him, you know, defense and everything. We're now at the point where, you know, just a few months ago, he wanted offensive weapons. He got some of them. He shot those ATACMS missiles by Lockheed Martin, shot those right into Russia, and Russia turned around with their holy cow missile, whatever it was called, and that thing looked like the finger of God coming down, and that put everyone on pause. That's when everyone was like, oh, gee, I think Putin really is serious. So the point is, like, he just wants the money to keep flowing, okay? And so, you know, the Europeans aren't stupid. Poland, I think, has said no. So many of them have said no. I'll put the article up. But they're done. I mean, it's kind of like good. There's the old phrase called good money after bad. Well, that's what that is at this point. That's what that is. And so they all know it. And he is just, I'm sorry, but that's an investment that's underwater at this point for them. So that's what I say to him. And it's like, thank God we're not going to be dumping any more money in there, because this guy is not trustworthy. I'm sorry. I don't care if that pisses people off. This guy is not trustworthy. Okay. Not at all. Now I want to show you just how corrupt we're talking. Okay. So this is in February 2022. Put that up on the screen. Okay. So when this whole thing started, I remember sitting in the living room with Naomi, and all these reports were going up about, like, oh my gosh, we're in Kyiv and there's missiles falling down, blah, blah, blah. And I look at her, I go, what? And then the Fox News reporter's like, oh, and you can see right behind me, there was just an explosion. There was nothing, okay, on that day. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm like, I didn't hear anything. And so I went to the traffic cam in one of the cities they said were being bombed. I'll have to pull that up later. But I went to the traffic cam, because one thing about Europe, especially Eastern Europe, I go there a lot. I'm going to be there in about 2 weeks, going to Lithuania. They have really good internet. Okay, that's why there's so many like hacking groups that come out of there, but they have really good internet strength over there. And there's a lot of really smart technical people over there. One of the benefits of that is they literally have traffic cams everywhere. That's why you always get some cool footage of, like, you know, comments and everything. Plus everyone over there has dash cameras, because in some countries it's the law. Point is, I found a traffic cam for one of those cities that was supposedly being bombed, and it was live. And there were people getting off the bus and heading to the pub and carrying their books, having a cigarette. There was no bombing going on. I'm not saying it didn't happen later on. I'm saying when they reported it, it seemed like they were reading off a script. Now, what am I showing you here? So check this out. This guy was on the Ingram angle. His name is David Tarfori. And some of the people that follow me on X know all about this guy. Leo Biddle, he's one of my friends there. He knows about this guy. Works for a law firm called ArentFox.com. It's not Fox. Arent Fox LLP. So may have just revealed why he is beating the Ukraine conflict drum so loudly, and I don't think it had started at this point. And I said it was nice of him to narrow this down via his block, where his main client is likely in, maybe the region's oil and gas sector. So I pulled up what he was saying. Okay. And he's like, my quick view of, IF Putin will invade Ukraine and what Biden can do to stop him. So this is before Putin supposedly invaded. It's almost like these guys had set it up. This particular guy, if you go to his website there at Arendt Fox, just look at his cases, look at his clients, Syria, a couple places, like all these war zones. Like this is your classic, in my opinion, let me put this in a question. He's a lawyer. I don't want to get sued. In my opinion, he may be one of those classic war profiteers. Okay. Now this guy, Tarfori, married a model from Ukraine and had a wedding in DC. And guess who was at his wedding? Was freaking Fauci. Like, I can't make it up. Okay. So I said, oh, really? I wonder why you feel that way, Mr. Tafari. This is the law firm that you belong to since April 2021, is it not? And then it says, Arendt Fox has signed a $1.2 million contract to provide legal and lobbying services in the United States for a Ukrainian oil and gas industry association that bills, blah, blah, blah. You can read the rest on Reuters. I'll put it up. That was in January 31st of 2022, long before the invasion. So going back to this guy appears on the Ingram angle saying, oh, we got to stop Putin because he's probably going to invade. Of course, I'm not saying it was scripted, but it seems a little bit interesting that this guy was, this guy's pushing for a bunch of arms, in my opinion, to protect his investment in Ukraine in January of 2022. That's my take on it. Okay, so you go in here, interesting former clients you've had at David Tafari, and I always tag people because I want them to see me. I want to see their reaction. And I never just talk. I always try to give let's investigate everything. Like I always say that tweets, if you're stating a fact without a source, it's just word graffiti. Especially, I said, interesting former clients you've had, Tafari. Especially an oil industry client and a government contractor. I'm sorry, a large government contractor. Which one? Do they have a Ukrainian interest? And so this was from his CV on his website. Defended the embassy of Iraq in a litigation matter. Advises U.S. company that is leading investor in energy, oil, and mineral sectors in Iraq on legal and regulatory compliance and on market entry. And then also here it says, assists a large U.S. government contractor on operations and investments in Afghanistan and on policy matters related to Afghanistan. Now I'm reading this after, Biden gave Afghanistan to the Taliban and ultimately to the Chinese Communist Party. But you should go check it out. I did index it on the Wayback Machine, but follow the money always with these things. Now, look, I know Trump is in and, I think the funding party is over. But if you want to predict where there's going to be a conflict, follow the money. We knew right away that we were going to put a bunch of money into Ukraine, thanks to people like Tucker Carlson, who were questioning these Congress people and some people like this, saying, hey, wait a minute, like, what's the problem? Why would we go there? There's no strategic interest. Well, there is to them. Okay. And then that's what happened shortly after, which to me, that's a win. Okay. So keep an eye on these things, because I'm not saying, look, this guy clearly represents someone in Ukraine. It's in his best interest to not have those people blown up by Russians. Let's just be nice and say it that way. But the thing is, you can forecast where where conflicts will inevitably start by where the lawyers and the money is rushing to. Okay. Where the lawyers and the money is rushing to. If you want a really good canary in the coal mine, keep your alerts for USAID.gov, because it seems every conflict we've been involved in, USAID has been there first. I always call them CIA light. All right. So that's my take on Ukraine. No, he's not getting any more money. We've given him enough. I mean, I think we surpassed like the budget of the Marine Corps with the money we gave Ukraine just this year alone. Okay. And as you know, we've got, fellow citizens in North Carolina, and check out what's going on in Palestine, Ohio. Those people are freezing to death now. It's just crazy. So it's not about being isolationist. I mean, sometimes you have to help your allies. I get that. Okay. But this is what we've seen happen with Rhino leadership and Democrats is it's kind of like the same thing. It's like expansionism. It's kind of like the Chinese Communist Party's Belt and Road, except they do it with a checkbook. We do it with guns and then a checkbook. So that's just being fair, So when people are like, oh, we've got to help them. Yeah, I always go back to this, especially with Ukraine. Well, wait a minute. If the front line is Europe, then how come we're doing the lion's share of all the funding? They have money. We provided them military since World War II. So where'd all that money go that you didn't spend on the military, Europe? So stop crying. And I think Europe knows, like, okay, party's over. So there's that. But let me get to a couple comments here. I just wanted to put that out there. Okay, so JJ Carroll was just on, if you missed it. He is my former co-host of Unrestricted Invasion, and you can find him at jjcarroll.com. Great guy, 24-year border agent, was giving me the lowdown about what's going on. And then, of course, we're talking about standards and carrying my pillow. So someone said, chuckled at my pillow. It was a funny comment. Okay, so I want to get to some of these comments. And by the way, Mary Nix, welcome. Okay, so we were talking about the LA fires. So LA Care Agent says, I'm in LA, 16 miles from Pacific Palisades. My daughter is really ill from smoke she inhaled from the Palisades. We've tried Z-Pack, breathing treatment, inhaler. It's not helping. Would detox help? I'm not a doctor. I don't know a lot about that stuff. But what I can do when I end this stream and get ready for my next one, I'll reach out. One of our sponsors is the Wellness Company, and they have some top doctors there. I'll try to reach out to some of them and see if maybe one of them would come on and address that concern. I think that's a grave concern. I know a lot of people after 9/11 had the same problem. So I don't know. I would say if you get a chance, and this is, I'm not, and I'm really sorry for your daughter. I don't want you to think I'm plugging anything, but there, an appropriate video, if I can find it here on Daily Clout's Rumble. Let me just get to that here. My wife, Naomi Wolf, she just had a guy on that was talking about this very thing. You might want to watch it. There's always contact info in these things. Let me just scroll down to that. It was a very interesting interview. Yeah, this guy. All right, so here. Okay. So let me just show you this one here. I'm going to put the URL in the I'm going to pop this in the comments so you can see it. There's the URL. And this interview was really interesting. I'm going to share that screen. Okay. So the interview was with a guy named Mike Dillon. It's called Fog and Fire. Okay. You can find that on our Daily Clout over at Rumble. If you just go to rumble.com and type in Daily Clout, you'll find it. Certainly follow Outspoken. That's Naomi's show. But yeah, this guy, Mike Dillon, air quality expert Mike Dillon, shares his concerns about unnatural fog that blanketed much of the planet a few weeks ago. He also reveals alarming information about the dangers of smoke released by the LA fires. Could mold be aerosolized in the case of the former? Or are the fogs intended to obscure the activity in the sky? Who knows? But he's an expert in pollutants and things you inhale. So I would definitely watch this interview. And again, that aired on January 15th. You could go to Rumble, or you can also go to, it's even easier if you go here. Go to Daily Clout's main website. Let me share that tab. There we go. So if you go to Daily Clout's main website, which is dailyclout.io, dailyclout.io, just scroll down here. You'll see all of our shows, but there's also a lot of other stuff there. We have news. There's usually a article that comes out with all our shows that talks about this, has the contact info, trending bills, all that. But yeah, if you just go to dailyclout.io, you will find all the shows listed right at the top, and then go down here to Outspoken. Okay. And you'll see all the shows listed there as well, and they'll take you over to Rumble. So yeah, that's where I would go. I'd start there, but again, LA Care Agent. Go ahead and you can also call the wellness company. Let me put them up for you. They are a sponsor, just so you know, but I'm not. That's not the reason why I'm pushing them. I'm concerned about your daughter. I would say of all the people I know, like those are the best people to talk to, because they will talk to you and they deal with this stuff all the time. But yeah, and just to be, fair, they are a sponsor, but if you have the Z Pack, which I think was Zelensky's thing, not Zelensky, I'm sorry, Zelenko, God rest his soul. You know who they are. But they are our sponsor. And while I'm thinking about that, let me just share a little bit about the wellness company. We know the wellness company well. I know their CEO, Peter Galuli, very well, and their founder at the top, Foster Colson. These are all really good people. But what I really, really like about the wellness companies, they're available. Like we have I won't reach for it now because I'll have to go off camera, but we actually have this kit that you see right there. We actually have that, and that thing has everything we need, from amoxicillin to, what's the stuff for tick bites? I forgot, but it has all that stuff. We have a lot of ticks up here. But this is, a really good company. But they will talk to you. So LA Care Agent, I'm not going to just leave you with this. I'll make some calls. Okay. And if you want to email me, you certainly can, or DM me, either way. But just DM me actually is probably best. If you go to my Twitter, it's at Brian O'Shea SPI. You got to follow me to message me, but that's fine. And just kind of mention this show, and that way I could communicate with you and get you the stuff you need. But if I can't do that, and one of them wants to come on, one of their doctors, they've done it before, I will certainly try to have them on to answer your question. So I'll let you know, and come back at 4 maybe, and I'll have some updates on that for you. I'll do what I can. But again, it's not my area. I would certainly, but talk to your own medical professionals, of course. But in the meantime, you could go to if you go to TWC's, let me get the banner. Where'd it go? Okay. Because this is a big problem. This is a big problem in New York too, like right after the 9/11. This is a big problem, was the air quality. A lot of people did get sick. Let me just pull up there. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so just go to dailyclout.com, and what you can do is you can email them as well, but go to dailyclout.com if you buy any more of that stuff for the rest of the audience. Just use promo code dailyclout, get 10% off. As far as you, LA Care LA, please, reach out to them, and you could say you heard about them from Daily Clout. That's not going to move you up the queue. Everyone's important, but that way you won't get lost in the inbox. And but you can even mention Naomi Wolf or Brian O'Shea. Hopefully, someone says, "Oh yeah," and gets on the phone with you quickly. But in the meantime, if you could DM me some way to get a hold of you, I could try to get someone connected with you from the wellness company. Or I certainly encourage you to reach out to your regular medical professional for that. And I'm really sorry about your daughter. Just hang in there, okay? And we do care about you. So we all have kids, so that's horrible. I'm really sorry that's happening. My friend Jeff is literally he's like the Alamo in the Pacific Palisades, like holding the fort. So yeah, hang in there, come back at 4, and maybe I'll have someone on. I'll try. It's kind of short notice, but we'll if you DM me again, try to help as much as I can. And I appreciate that. All right. So let me stop sharing that. All right. So now a couple more comments. Okay. So, okay. She's 40, dad with COVID. And yeah, there's a lot of things going on with those. Also go over to Daily Cloud. You could read, actually, if you get the Pfizer Papers book that we produced, I'll show that in a second. If you get the Pfizer Papers book, hopefully you have that, but that has everything about this here. That just got produced. That was based on all those Pfizer documents that got released. That's the #1 source. That book is available now. And those reports are available on dailycloud.io. You buy the book to support us, and you buy the book to get them all in one place, but you can actually find the reports on Daily Cloud as well. So then LA Care Agent, I would suggest, okay, so Cheryl, hey, this is good. I like this. This is good community right here. So LA Care Agent, I would suggest an indoor air filtration system for smoke. Probably detoxing won't be as helpful for an external situation, but I'm not a doctor. Fair enough. That's good advice. And then Cousin Ernie says JJ's in the house. Yeah, it's good to see him. He hopped right on. That was really cool. Hopefully I'll get Brandon in the house too. Bring back Article 135 like today. I don't know what that is, so let me look it up. If you can, someone can post. I don't know what 134 is. Oh yeah, there we go. Article 134 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice is a general article that addresses a wide range of behaviors that are considered, that's really interesting. I shall read that. Very interesting. Let me put that up in the comments. Thanks for sharing that. That's awesome. And welcome back, Barry. Good to see you. It's been a while. I haven't been on as much because I've been so crazy busy. Crazy busy. So with the inauguration and everything. So Blue Wolf in the house. This is a regular attender. Good afternoon, Brian. Hi, JJ. Awesome. I'll make sure JJ sees that. I'm sure he will. Make sure you check out his show too. I'll put that up in the comments. And then Blue Wolf. I like this community we got going here, man. People helping each other out. Blue Wolf and Ernie saying hi to each other. It's really cool. I'm going to do a call in as soon as I can figure out how, but I might just hold up my Skype. I've got a Skype number now. Maybe I'll do that for the 4:00 show, and you guys can actually call in. You are right there, Cheryl Boss. Evil never sleeps. I actually did a video where I was talking about evil, but I was also talking about evil doesn't care. Okay? It doesn't care. It's on its march. Evil, communism, I think they're the same thing. They don't care. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your victories. They just keep going. It reminds me of the White Walkers on Game of Thrones. Like, they're just going to keep on coming. So you have to literally root it out wherever it is and kill it. Kill it. Okay? Plain and simple. Take that any way you want. Because it doesn't stop. And the nature of evil, in my opinion, just in my experience, hasn't been like it. What makes it evil is that it's not personal. Like these money makers, these people that back harmful medications and everything, they're not thinking of you. You could go on to all your social media and call them unpatriotic or you hate. They don't care. They probably won't even see it. It just keeps marching forward, and that's what makes it so evil, is the lack of humanity. The lack of humanity. So you take your human emotion, you take your very humane views of things, and you turn that anger, and you turn all that anger, fear, rage, whatever it is, and you direct it into the weapons that you know best. Those weapons could be you're a good speaker. Those weapons could be you're a good lawyer. Those weapons could be you're a good investigator. You're a good shooter, whatever, and find a way to fight evil without killing innocent people and also without getting yourself thrown in jail. But sometimes you might have to get yourself thrown in jail because if evil takes over, like we saw it did, look at Steve Bannon. He got thrown in jail for nothing. Okay, so fight, turn it towards something. I mean, the reason why I even have this video show is because I have all this stuff in my head, and poor Naomi can only take so much of it. And of course, my kids can only take so much of it because, if you're not researching, so I'm like, well, God, I got to do something with it. And it's good knowledge. I was in the intel community for a long time. I know my stuff. I've been on the front lines. I know combat. I know war. I know intelligence. And what best way to use that now than to share it with you? I do have active investigations going on, to pay the bills. I try to do as few of them as I can because I want to dedicate more time to this. But yeah, this is good. I mean, this is, hopefully it helps you. What I'm really wanting out of this show is for people to grab onto one of these leads, one of these cases, and say, hey, can I come on your show? I did this whole well-sourced report. I want to talk about it, and I'll have you on. Okay. Because if everyone's out there investigating everything about, corruption, everything, it really makes it hard for evil to operate. In the military, we call that a no-go zone. So we need to make America a no-go zone, hopefully the planet, but let's worry about America for now. And that's the goal of this. So hopefully that helps. Evil never sleeps, for sure. All right, so LB Deb, thank you everyone, by the way, for helping out with LA Care. Maybe quercetin with bromelain was recommended for breaching during COVID. That's great advice, Deb. I would also say just make sure, you run, I don't know if LB Deb is a doctor or not. I would just make sure that, and that's why I recommend the wellness company. You don't have to buy their products, but just talk to someone there, because I'd recommend talking to, whatever you do, make sure you talk to I would say a freedom doctor, like one of the doctors like Dr. McCullough, who's at the wellness company. Those kind of people, make sure you run it by them, because as you know, and I'm sure LB Deb knows this, you don't know what different drugs will do with other drugs. Okay. My dad was a diabetic. One time some doctor put him on something that would have thinned his blood so much because he was on insulin. It would have been like the consistency of paint thinner. So great advice, and thank you, Deb, for helping. But I would also say, before you do anything, especially with words I can't pronounce, certainly make sure, someone who's studied it and who's a doctor, like kind of, or even a nurse practitioner, but, a medical professional who didn't give out the vaccine, kind of says, yeah, that's a good idea. So that's just my advice. I'm sure LB Deb would agree with me. Okay, so here's another comment from Blue Wolf. Exactly right. Nobody should be under the delusion that everything is going to be fine now. Yeah, so what Blue Wolf, I think, is referring to is, I said, look, I see this as we were able to shove a lot of the enemy outside of the fortress, but they're still out there. With Trump in, that's great, but we all have to strengthen our own little corners, okay? And that means making your kids better, not giving into their, emotional whims, being strong, being solid, being the rock for your kids, as I'm sure all of you are. I think Rob Thomas, I like what he said in the Matchbox 20 song. Was it Matchbox 20? Where he said, he did a song with Santana, and he said, I could change my life to better suit your mood. Kids have moods. Kids go through things. We all did. Be the rock. Very basic fundamentals. I'm telling you what I do. You parent the way you want, but it works. Like I went through some tough times with my daughter, tough times, in her early 20s, but I knew that I couldn't cave to those whims because I knew she was going through something. I just had to be strong and available and listen. And the more we do that and give them and lead them. Don't be afraid to lead them. Don't be their buddy. Be their leader, be their parent. Okay. Can't have it both ways. You can love each other, but you're not their buddy and they're not your buddy. Okay. They're your kids and you have a job, and that job is to make them as awesome as you can make them. Okay. Either by sharing your experience and hoping they take it. So that's one area. Another area too is continue with the parallel economies. Have that contingency plan. Make sure you can treat yourself medically, that sort of thing. Make sure you have food on hand. Make sure you have some way to protect your home. JJ made a good point on the last segment. Like in New York City, they're pulling all that free stuff from these millions of illegals. Okay. And these illegals are not happy about it. So when these illegals have been depending on our government to feed them, to get their little credit card filled up, to put a roof over their head, all of a sudden, all that stuff's taken away. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to rob, rape, and steal. Okay. And they've shown this. It's demonstrable. So be ready for that, because even with Trump in office, there's so much to fix. You are the cavalry, and don't forget that. But if everyone takes that seriously, you just got to make security, personal security, emotional security, physical security, you've got to make that part of your routine. And this is the advice I give my clients. They're like, oh, well, I don't know if I have time for all this. I'm like, hey man, it's just like when you start working out again. Okay, you start with 10 push-ups every morning. The next day you'll do 12. The next week you'll add sit-ups. The next week you add some, lateral raises, whatever. Just add something every day to your security posture. Okay. And then it becomes part of your life. Gary Oliver, and I should have him on here sometime, the British guys I do some work for. He's at the British Security Group down in Virginia, but we did a lot of high level of executive protection for CEOs of defense contractors, energy companies. But he has a great slogan. He says, security is not an overhead. And he's right. Okay. Security. I mean, you think back to any movie you've seen about the colonials, dad's going to bed with a musket because they might get raided, by, Native Americans any day, or, just European, bad people. It was just, you just understood okay, every day could be a bad day. So they were always ready. They had to be, they had no choice. So we have to be there, and we always should be there. We always should be. I've always been there because I've been in the military my whole life. I also had a older sibling that tended to have a lot of kind of undesirable people around. So we always had to be vigilant and on guard, but everyone should be, because it makes you stronger, and it makes this country less desirable for those who would do us harm. Okay, so then Blue Wolf, I love how much Blue Wolf posts. It's awesome. And it's our responsibility to remain. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Everyone's got to just take your shift. Your shift is at your house. Make sure you're, securing the mind, the body, the soul. And I mean, that's figuratively and literally. As far as the mind and the soul, go check out my interview with Oren Nadrich, where we were talking about mindfulness. It's not like meditating and sitting Indian style. It's literally about being focused on the thing you're doing, being in the moment. And that really helped her get through a lot of what she went through with the fires. And look, they do extremely well, but she's not a princess. She, started, they both started down there, and they just worked and worked and worked. And what helped her get there was this focusing. If you're going to teach yourself how to shoot a gun, be in the moment and just shoot a gun. Don't worry about getting milk later. Don't worry about what your neighbors think. Just the bullet, the squeeze, the breathing, the sight picture. That's how you be mindful. Okay. And then Ernie says, good afternoon, Blue Wolf. We have an awesome community. Okay. So I'd like to touch on a really urgent topic. Did you catch White House briefing yesterday with 47 announcing Stargate investments? I know about it. I didn't have a chance to dive into it. I would recommend reaching out to Joe Allen. He did an interview on this. Now, Joe Allen is a friend of mine. He's Steve Bannon's AI editor. He does all the AI stuff. Let me pull up his X for you. He's a good dude. This guy, he knows a ton about this stuff, and I know he just did an interview about it. So let me pull that up here. Okay, at Joe. There he is. Okay, so I'll put this on the screen for you. Yeah, you guys want to definitely follow Joe Allen. Joe's great. I called him. I saw him on Bannon a long time ago when he first started, and I just DM'd him, and then we talked for a few hours about everything. And he wrote a great book called Dark Aeon, but he just did a big thing on this. I gotta see. Yeah, I think it was yesterday there we go. So he's covering this, Blue Wolf 2000. I would definitely reach out to him, let him know I sent you over there so he knows where you came from. But let's see what Joe Allen says about it. So you're talking about the AI thing, and I think like the dude, was it Oracle, was talking about like answer or something. You may have to understand the motives of Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, and Mayoshi-san. Larry Ellison predicts the rise of modern surveillance state where citizens will be on their best behavior. That's from September 17, 2024. And again, it's at JoeBotXYZ. And despite his profile, he is a real person. He's me and Joe were hanging out at CPAC together, and imbibing. Had a good time, imbibing with several people that I was glad to meet. So, all right. So he's got some articles in here. Check it out. And he says, I'm skeptical of projected godlike abilities, AI abilities. I try to emphasize that as in the second half of this clip, but it often gets overlooked. There are logical justifications to predict artificial superintelligence. He's agnostic on that, and he does have, he was on Ben just the other day talking about it. So I will leave that to you to go check it out. But Joe's a good guy, and you can trust what he says, and he always brings his receipts. So yeah, and it looks like he has a good thread going on there with Ed Dowd, who I know a lot of you know. So yeah, check it out. That's JoeBotXYZ. And make sure you tell him that Brian O'Shea sent you. And if he's not following my show, he better. And tell him he should have me on his podcast. I didn't know he started a new one. Okay, so... Oh, I almost put up my own comment. I got to skip over a few of these, Blue Wolf. I'm sorry. Just because the dog is going nuts. Okay, so... What is this one? Oh, that's the article 134. Here's a clip, Rumble, surveillance. Yeah, good. You found it. Awesome. That's perfect. Let me see what that is. And just so you guys know, I can't cut and paste from the chat for some reason, so I'll have to make a note of that. Yeah, it does. I'm in the stream, so. Okay, so trust Kansas, Trump revokes farmers. Oh, interesting. Trump revokes Farmers Secretary of the State Mike Pompeo's security details despite alleged threat from Iran. Gateway pundit. I'll check that out, Bilbo Bot. You can always send. You guys can always DM me, or you can leave comments. These comments won't save, I don't think, to Rumble, but you could also put it in the comments of the video when you get over there. Like, let me show you. Okay, so here is us. Let me shut off the sound. All right, so let me share this. All right, so there's us. Oh, yeah, no, it is there. Good. Perfect. All right, so yes. I'm going to... Is that cool? That's going to get me dizzy. Okay, good. We got them all. So I'll download those. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. So BilboBot, can you put a post? Can you put a link to this? I'm very interested in learning more about that. But revokes format. Yeah, if you could put that Gateway Pundit link, that'd be great. We'd appreciate it. Just so we could read it ourselves. Okay. All right. So you mean siblings? You mean the siblings weren't the best in the Lakes region? Yeah, so yes, in reference to my criminal syndicate, some of my brothers, exactly. Not bad people, just not making the best decisions. Let's just put it that way. So, but you know, when you have 9 kids in one family, you're gonna have a couple that go a different way. So, yes, exactly. But then again, Ernie, a lot of those rich kids in the Lakes region where I grew up, in Maine, a lot of the rich kids, they were the kids that were getting into some bad, like, synthetic drugs and everything. When they got older, like in high school, it always reminded me of Less Than Zero. You know, that reminded me of the rich kids that started moving into Maine when I was getting out of high school. So, we all got to choose our own path, right? I'm not going to judge. All right. Sorry, the better clip is from. Okay, great. So you guys can all see that. Go over to Rumble, and so you can see if you're on X, get over to Rumble, and look up, investigate everything, or just go to Daily Clout. And remember, look for when you go to Rumble, make sure I've got another investigate everything that has a couple hundred followers. This one has close to 8,000. So you're on the right one if it's part of the Daily Clout profile. Okay, so make sure you do that. And then you can see all these great links that people are putting in here. So I really appreciate that. And let me just make sure I capture all those. Oh, and by the way, I never do this, but I'm going to, because if you guys are so inclined, by all means, the more that I'm supported, the less clients I have to take. Sometimes you'll notice I disappear for like 10 days because I have to make a living. I'd rather do this. It's the same thing. A lot of clients will actually let me, when I have a really juicy investigation I've done for them, or M&A type due diligence, whatever, because that's the kind of work I do. But I take usually one client at a time so I can focus on this, because I'd rather share my skill set and the results of that skill set with you. So it certainly helps if you go to Give, Send, Go. If you can give. If you can't, totally understand, but that is always a good thing. Okay. And and let me put that up on the screen for you. That always helps. I just set this up the other day, so hopefully it's working correctly. Well, I set it up a while ago, but it was unpublished. But over here at Give, Send, Go, you can, give what you can. You can even, if you don't have anything to give, that's fine. You can always, what I like about these people, you just give a prayer if you want. No one's giving me any prayers. So yeah, you can support me. Obviously this is my wife's channel, so I'm not getting like a salary or anything. So it's just, part of the family. But this does help me have the liberty to focus on this and not on some private client's case. Love my private clients, but there's so much to investigate, I think. And I think the more stuff that we can put out, the better. So you could go to Give, Send, Go /investigate everything, give what you can, or just send a nice note, man. Sometimes just like a attaboy is great. That will keep me going too. But always appreciate it. Oh, Kay Jacobson, looks like someone gave me something. I appreciate that. So thank you, Kay Jacobson, for that. This will help me stay right here and go right out there and investigate all these things we're talking about, because it takes a lot of time. And I'm trying to get to the point where I could have the time to even go to the field more often. Someone underwrote my trip just last year, so we were able to go all the way down to the hospitals in Florida to make sure they weren't handing out the bad drugs, was it remdesivir? And so I actually got to go undercover into a hospital, pretending to be a patient. But they weren't, thank God. So I appreciate that. All right. So thank you. All right. So with that said, let me see. Yeah, Joe Allen was on banning yesterday, covered it well. He's absolute best for tech. Truth. Everyone needs to give this attention. Yeah, I agree. Now, let me address that, Blue Wolf. Everyone needs to give it attention. Here's what I recommend, okay? Because there's so many things to give attention to, right? And you're thinking, God, there's so many things. It's overwhelming. Pick the thing you're interested in and pick the thing that affects you. And then come on and share it, okay? Or send it to me and I'll share it. Because if you stay laser focused on just a few areas or one area, you're going to get deeper. And then you won't be able to connect all the dots by staying in that laser focus area. But as you can see, we're forming a nice community here. So the more, Autumn is a great one. She's on here a lot. She's just laser focused on Chinese subversion in Michigan, along with Pfizer, sins in Michigan. And she's great. I mean, she's dedicated, and she's I don't even know where she works, but this isn't her main job. So, but she's always sending me good stuff, and that helps me connect the dots. Like I don't research every single thing in the world because I can't. That's why I have this community through this vlog, if you will. So yeah, it's very important. But for a lot of people, as important as it is, Blue Wolf, they might look at it and their eyes cross. And there's things I look at, I'm like, God. So what I recommend is, if this is an area you can put your brain around it. But then again, Blue Wolf, someone might be better or more familiar with, say, like agriculture, which is another vector of attack, from these global Marxists. So, that person, comes out with some great expertise on agriculture, things like One Health and things like that. And then I can bring that onto the show, and then people are learning about your thing and learning about this thing. And then now you're connecting the dots. And that's how we build this little army up, this little intel army, if you will. So, all right, guys, I need to hop off. I will be back. Let's say I said 4:00, but that's I think 4:00. I think I said 3:00 earlier. Let's plan on 4. I've got to actually pack tomorrow. I got to roll up to Boston, and I need to eat something and get a workout in, and maybe fly a drone while it's nice. It's 10 degrees out here. I'm in the Hudson Valley in New York. So I don't want to commit to 4. So let's just say, well, why don't you guys do this while I got you? Okay. Throw a couple of times into the chat. Okay, what works for most people? Here's your choices. What works the best? 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or 7 o'clock Eastern time. So whatever I get the most of right now in the chat, that's what I'm going to go with. So Blue Wolf, what works for you? What works for all you guys? Just throw it in the chat. Your choices are 5, 6, or 7. Then we can go on that. And look, if I go early, don't worry about it. I'll catch you up. But what do you? So waiting on the chat. What is that? And I will just wait. So while I wrap this up, I will just let you guys chat that in, 5, 6, or 7, whatever works best for you. I am going to be doing some more on the weekend as well, but definitely going to come back today because I got a lot more to talk about. And if you could see my tabs, you'll know what I'm talking about. Let me just show you that really quickly. All right. Let me stop that share while you guys are figuring that out. And then we still have a lot of, as Steve Bannon likes to say, a lot of wood to chop. So, all right, so I'm going to share the entire screen with you. Ready? So if you see all those tabs at the top, that's still all the stuff we got to get through. So a lot of stuff. This huge news week, gigantic. So, all right, guys. Well, look, I can't wait for you to tell me which time. So it'll be 5, 6, or 7. Okay, that's all the best I could give you. But I tend to go for hours, so you're not going to miss much. And if you do get on late, let's say Blue Wolf gets on an hour after Cousin Ernie, then Cousin Ernie, go ahead and catch him up. And we do have a really great new like video editor and like our kind of like social media marketing guy. He's fantastic. His name is Sean. So he's been doing really great to cut these clips, these big long clips up. I help him, but he's been cutting them up into bite-sized chunks. So you can certainly go on to Daily Clout's website and you can find those. And also on Daily Clout's Twitter, my own Twitter, and also our Instagram, which is @DailyClout. You can find a lot of those. So we've been doing like 2-minute clips, and we're trying to ramp that up a little bit. But just go to dailyclout.io. And if you're not sure, where to find like clips and everything, you could always email Daily Clout to just dcsocial @dailyclout.io. dcsocial@dailyclout.io and say, trying to find the clips, whatever, and we'll put a bunch of that stuff out. All right, so that is it. So let me see. So if you guys want to be ready, here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the executive orders that came through. We're going to talk about the city of Huntington Beach. All of a sudden, it's no longer a sanctuary city. Boom. we are going to talk about. I shouldn't celebrate this because I'm against censorship, but we're going to talk about the. Apparently, Instagram wasn't letting people search for the word Democrat. We'll do some fire updates. We did a Mangione update. By the way, the Mangione case is, we're just waiting. I'm still digging in. That's the guy who's accused of shooting CEO of United Healthcare. So I haven't dropped that case. It's just there's no new information. Okay, so I've been combing through the existing information that we have, and just and that's what I do. I'll just keep going through it, and things will pop up. But I do have it on active alerts, so I'm getting a lot of intel. We will be talking to a defense lawyer on the show, I think next week. She was supposed to be on this Saturday, but she had some travel come up. But she'll be on to, kind of hypothetically, if she was the defense of Luigi Mangione, how would she handle this case? And remember, I don't know if the guy's innocent or guilty. I feel like they got the wrong guy, but based on my investigation of this, which if you go to my Substack, you'll see is pretty thorough. I've also done 7 murder trials before as an investigator for legal defense teams. And I can tell you, like, anything that starts with a hunch on the part of the prosecution or a theory or a headline always ends poorly for the prosecution, because what they'll do is that becomes straight up confirmation bias. And I think part of that happened here with the Luigi Mangione case, and I could be totally wrong, but I will tell you that, it's not a good case. It's not looking like a good case for them. And I'm putting my Substack up now. If you go to my Substack over there, you could go, it's like 2 articles in. I went through every line of the federal complaint, and you'll see what I mean. So I don't even know if they can put this kid in New York in December at this point. So stay tuned for that. His hearing got delayed to the middle of February, his indictment hearing. And keep that in mind too. Like the news cycle's already moved past guilty or innocent. They're already like, Luigi Mangione has inspired this. Well, he has not even been indicted yet. I just want people to understand that. And because his indictment hearing has been delayed. I believe some people say it's because the defense delayed it. Others are saying Alvin Bragg, who's the lead prosecutor in New York, his office delayed it. I don't know, but I can tell you this: if the prosecution delayed this indictment hearing, that's not good. Not for the prosecution. You know what that means? That means all that boasting and bragging and bravado they had, saying, "Oh, this is a case served on a silver platter." Well, maybe it's not. Maybe they looked at what I looked at. I did send them my report. I sent the defense my report as well. I'm not saying that turned the needle. But there are people in New York who know who I am. And, just from my cases in the Commonwealth and in DC, it's hard to ignore what I found. Okay. Huge gaps in their case. But again, I don't have all the affidavits. I don't have all the information. There's only so much I release to the public. Typical criminal case, it's Xerox boxes full of affidavits and every little thing. You got to look at all of that. I wish I could. I'm dying to, but we got to work with what we got. So that's the update on Mangione. I'm still covering the California fires. I should have Aura's husband on. We're trying to arrange that. He is running around getting things together. I'm guessing he's probably going to sue them. And if this guy comes after you, you're in trouble. He's sued California several times for wildfires and for floods. And I actually went with him on one case where there was a levee breakup in Watsonville, California, and he was signing people up for a massive class action. I almost lost my drone. That's another story for another day. But I was taking pictures of the levee for him. So yeah, that should be interesting. He's going to update on us on that as much as he can. Obviously, if it's an active case, he's not going to get into it. All right, and then we also have coming up is, we're going to talk more about Ukraine and the arrest of that psychologist. That's really interesting. If you want to look it up and kind of have an idea where I'm going with that, do so. Probably won't get into the Antifa case that's happening in Dallas right now, but I definitely recommend everyone read it. I'll put it in the description. And I didn't get a chance to ask JJ about, I forgot about like what people can say to ICE, because these lawyers are saying, oh, if you're an illegal, you can tell them, no, I don't have to talk to you. But I don't know if that's right. Those are our rights, but I don't know, unless they change Executive Order 12333, which is kind of defines what a U.S. person is. I don't know if they have those same rights. I'm going to guess they don't. So the reason why this is an interesting article to me, what's happening in Virginia with these like volunteer groups and stuff, giving these illegals advice, is they could get them killed. Like, I don't think they're giving them good advice. And don't get me wrong, for the violent criminals and stuff, I don't care if they kill them. But, there are some people that are here that need to be kicked out. But they also, a lot of them were brought here against their will. I still want them out, but I don't want them to get killed. It's like some kid or something, or some mom who was dragged here by her handler, who knows. But the point is, if they're telling these people, you don't have to answer the door, well, I could see ICE just kicking in the door. So, but, I don't know. I should have asked JJ that. I forgot. The spin right now, Politico saying, Trump might regret his J6 pardons. I doubt it. That's just, they're grasping at straws. Oh, yes. Okay. And we will, I shouldn't even give him attention, but I've got to cover a little bit about this Harry Sisson. It's important because why is he still being employed by the Democrats? Okay. I want you to see this so you can see if you could define his messaging. I think I have. I think his messaging is to kind of get ready for the midterms. He's so freaking annoying, man. And you guys probably know. And he just got his ass handed to him on Piers Morgan the other day. And I'll play that clip later on. All right, so we have that. Denver mayor, we're going to talk about a little more. Got Joe Bot. Okay. Oh, and I wanted to leave you with this too. I'm going to this is 26 minutes. You don't have to watch this, but I do want to show you this. This guy's website on Rumble is incredible. Let me see here. So if you want kind of like pretty base, I've checked them against other news, but this is on Rumble, and this is the stuff you don't see on YouTube. Now, it's Defense Politics Asia. I don't know anything about this guy. It could all be BS, but I can tell you by the way he is reporting on the Ukraine war, he's doing sit reps, situation reports. They look like the kind of stuff that I saw a lot of imagery guys and all source guys trained to do. He seems to know what he's doing. And again, it's hard to know much about him, but there are links and everything. So, I always say take everything with a grain of salt until you can, properly do your due diligence. But in the meantime, so far, everything this kid has predicted and reported on has been really accurate. And he gets really down in the weeds every single day. I don't know him. I'm kind of promoting his Rumble because I find it really useful. But if you want, I always go here whenever I hear like the legacy media saying, oh, Ukraine just beat the hell out of Russia. I go to this kid, I find out what's really happening. So, it's pretty interesting. So I'll leave you as this goes. This one is from 8 hours ago. It's called Ukraine SITREP day 1063 to 1064. So it looks like he's using the Julian dates. Oh, no, he's just doing a one update. All the bulges are collapsing. Russia ate the intestine. Watch. Let me put this up so you can see what I'm reading. Okay. All the DPA war videos as soon as it was published with no delays. Join my DPA army. Yeah, this is kind of a cool site. I'm in his DPA army, as they say. But I'll leave you with this, and then I will see you at 5, 6, or 7. All right, and thanks for coming on. So I'll leave you with Defense Politics Asia. This is really cool stuff. Have a great afternoon. I'll see you when I get back. Wait, one more comment.